The time situation has equalized. Oh, and now Vidit's winning, apparently.
Yeah, knight c4, or knight d7, yeah. That was a bad decision by him, yeah, to go knight d5.
Whoa! Rook takes e3, move Vidit!
Wow. Is he queening that pawn?
Oh my god, Vidit's so slow here.
Wow. This is crazy.
Oh, king b5, black wins!
Wow, wow.
Did you see that? If white had promoted, black would have taken the knight and skewered the queen. Whoa,
yeah,
queen.
I saw that.
Oh,
who's gonna win this game?
Vidit's gonna flag. Black still is a pawn.
Wow. Wow.
Fabi's going for the win.
Wait,
but he's gonna lose. What is he doing? Oh,
what is he doing?
He wants to flag him, but he's gonna get checkmated.
What? Wait, no, wait. Yeah, Fabi is black, right? Okay, so Fabi's black, so he's not doing so well now.
But can he hold this position, king b7? He's got to make sure to trade the queens, otherwise he's going to get mated. Oh!
He is getting mated. Oh, man. Oh, he seems so upset. Look at him.
Oh, my God.
Oh, man. I would be upset, too, if I did that. Fabi, I feel for you.
I think he might have mouse slipped bishop g6. I'm not sure.
Maybe.
Oh, the knight hangs. c6.
Oh, so passive now, the black pieces.
Look at this. Total devastation. Bishop f7, though. Knight f6 check. Oh, goodbye. Rook e8 mate. Bang.
Beautifully done by Sam Savian.
Why is this winning? Oh,
Can he just go through?
He's going around. King d2. Is he in Zugzwang? Bishop e8 and bishop h5, and he can try to get white in Zugzwang. I don't see it yet. King e3. Oh, bishop takes. He takes it. Wait, is this winning? Takes, king f2, king. It is winning. Takes in g6. No. Yes.
Yes, no?
I got it. King e2, king g2, and g4. You give up one of your pawns, you fix the other one on g5, and you undo Zugzwang.
Oh my, will he play it?
He doesn't even need to do it. It's over. Samuel Sevian is going to win this game. This is unbelievable. Wrong way, Wesley. Should have gone to G6. 4 seconds. King G4. Why did he do that? He was in Zugzwang. Oh my god. Oh, why did he take the pawn? Oh my god. Oh, he blundered the knight. He blundered the knight.
Oh my. Wesley smiling, Sevian shaking his head. The same coin, but two very different sides of it. Goodness me, this game! It had it all.
Happy Sunday, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Rapid Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. A very special day today because of who I am hosting with. I'm Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky, hosting with my very good friend and commentating for the first time for chess.com. A warm welcome to International Master, soon to be Grandmaster. He's got all his norms. He is a beast and he is awesome. Minh Lee, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Danya, for the World Cup welcome. I mean, first time for me here today, and you know, it is also an honor to work here with you. So thank you for the welcome again. I appreciate it, and I really hope that we can be a good duo.
I'm sure we will be, and likewise, Minh, it's a pleasure and an honor. And we have a very, very fun tournament to commentate today. Let's have a look at the starting bracket of the Sunday knockout here at the Rapid Chess Championship. We have Fabiano Caruana over on your top left. He will kick off today's matchups. He has the top seed against number 8 seed Jules Moussard. But Minh, as you look at this bracket, nobody has an easy round one. Not Hikaru on the top right, who's playing Garakamsky. We can see upsets as early as this first round, right?
Yes, I mean, you know, everybody, like, you know, very strong players, you know, even Gata's like very, you know, I think experienced as well. So I think there can even be upsets. And also it should be very, very like exciting to watch.
Indeed it will be. Fabi will start us off, but before he does, a word from our principal sponsor, Coinbase. We appreciate everything Coinbase does to make the RCC possible. Let's listen in to a quick message.
The Rapid Chess Championship is brought to you by Coinbase. Whether you're looking to make your first crypto purchase or you're an experienced trader, Coinbase has you covered. You can earn crypto by learning about crypto at Coinbase.com. Explore DeFi and Web3 with your Coinbase wallet. Get exclusive rewards when you spend with your Coinbase card and much, much more. Learn more at Coinbase.com/chess and get $10 in Bitcoin when you sign up and verify your account. Check them out. Use the command sponsor or command Coinbase today and go to Coinbase.com to get that Bitcoin, baby.
And we are back. We can see the players on camera. Fabi on your left, Jules Moussard, the French Grandmaster, on your right. Now, I remember, Minh, I think Jules defeated Hikaru Nakamura a couple of weeks ago. So Fabi's not going to take this one easy, is he?
Yes, I mean, obviously, you know, Jules is a very good player. I play him several times as well. Like, I think he's like a potentially a very dangerous player. So, I mean, I think obviously Fabi will be taken as a slight favorite, but I still expect to see a very fascinating matchups.
And we want to remind you as the games start off, and Fabi with 1c4. The time control today is 10+2. There is an increment, unlike yesterday. It's a 2-second increment. And all of the players, they play a 1-game match. If this game ends in a draw, then we have a blitz playoff, 3+2. But we will cross that bridge if we get there. For now, the game has begun. And Minh, an interesting choice by Fabi. He doesn't play e4, so he plays a very flexible opening. This could be a Catalan. It could be b3. I feel like you know more about these positions than I do.
Yes, I don't know. I feel like it will transpose to Catalan. Yes, I knew it.
Yep. There it is. And knight c3, early knight c3 by Fabi. So you sometimes see black taking on c4 in these positions, right?
Yeah, I think so, like knight e5, c5, right? I think should be the line here.
So you're saying dc,
knight
e5, and c5.
I don't know, but I think like c5 here and white should be still slightly better since he got the long bishop in the long diagonals. I think he should be pretty good here, right?
Yeah, I never liked these positions with black. I mean, that's why I play the King's Indian. I don't like facing the Catalan. Knight bd7 by Moussard. And I guess the question for Fabi, does he play b3? Does he play? I've seen people play queen d3 and e4 here, Minh. A lot of ways to play this for white, right?
Yes, I also saw something like knight d2 as well, defend opponent c4 and prepare e4 as well, which he played right in the board.
Oh, who's the prophet now? Okay, I see. So e4 being prepared. Now, I would be remiss if I didn't say that I have a friend of mine who is recommending the move b5. I won't mention who this friend is. A Silicon friend. Silicon friend is recommending b5. If we pull up the analysis board here, Minh, what a crazy idea. Queen b6 at the end.
That looks actually really good. Like a4, a6, right? And then like the pawn d4 actually is in trouble. That looks like very Silicon ideas. I don't even, I mean, I won't even consider it in a game. Wow.
b5. I've seen the Catalan so many times, never seen that idea. Jules pushes the b pawn, but he pushes it to b6. Fabi immediately responds to d4. And the way that I was taught, I was always told that if white can go e4 in these positions, then white is supposed to be slightly better here.
Yes, I mean, he got some more space, right? And obviously, so black pieces looks a bit cramped, but I think he's still solid and he doesn't have any real weaknesses. So it's still, I think, going to be fun to watch.
And bishop a6 from Jules Moussard pinning the c4 pawn. Now, the big question, I guess, for Caruana, does he push e5? I guess he does. He pushes the knight back to e8. But black is still very solid, right? I mean, white has more space, but black doesn't have any big weaknesses, which makes this position hard to play sometimes.
Yes, he played e5 there. I mean, at first, actually, I even considered queen a4, but then I reject it to bishop c4 and b5, which is a pretty nice line. But obviously, Fabi wonderful for that.
I'll show that really quickly. Fabi goes rook e1. If instead he had gone queen a4, which is what Minh was saying, bishop takes c4, knight takes c4, and now reforking the knight with b5. And I was thinking, oh, what if I give away my other knight for the pawn? But the problem is the d pawn still attacks the knight, right? So you're going to lose both of your knights here. Okay, rook e1. Rook e1 by Fabi. So he's not afraid of dc because I guess he can take c6.
Yes, and then like d5 later. So I think it should be very good for white. Also, like queen a4 really now can be a thing. So now I prefer white more in these positions.
So it can now be a thing because you're also attacking c6.
Yes.
You know what move I often see white playing these positions, Minh? Is h4.
h4, yes, h4, and like h5, knight 3, and some kind of attack in the king side. I assume that h3 is like only real plan for white. I think he will do that pretty soon.
Yeah, h4, h5, maybe h6. Black has no clear plan. I mean, as solid as black is, what is black supposed to do on the queen side? Maybe knight b5 at some point? I don't know.
I don't know. That actually looks a little slow. I don't know, maybe like f6 or something to do in the king side, since I feel like if he doesn't do something there, so he will just be like attack in there and no defense. I mean, like no real counterplay.
You like that movement. Every time we have this structure in our blitz games, you play f6, which is really annoying because you open up the center and you don't let me attack.
You play knight e5. That surprised me a little bit. Knight e5. I think you play like knight e4, like knight e4 probably.
Absolutely, knight e4, and then maybe still h4.
Yeah, in future, h4, bishop g5, right? And exchange the bishop square, and the dark square, and then knight e6 in the future. I don't know. Seems like a nice plan.
Yeah, knight e4 looks very natural. Fabi taking his time. I don't think he's seriously considering taking on d5 because then his knight would have gotten very restricted.
Yes, and then cd5, rook c8, and like queen c7, black can even think like queen c2, and then some kind of plan there should be pretty good.
Yeah. I mean, this h4, bishop g5, you pointed out. Black is no longer going to play f6. That's way too weakening now.
I think now it looks like for c5, but it's not going to be easy since the knight d5 will be pinned there. So I don't know what is Black going to do here.
What if you play c5 immediately? No, then I guess takes a knight c3.
Knight c3, yes, taking knight c3, and then the pawn d5 will drop.
Ugh. This is so. I guess rook c8.
Rook c8. I think, or like maybe b5, knight b6, but I mean, it feels actually very restricted as well. So I don't even know what can be the black here. I mean, he's now like nearly 4 minutes on time now, so it's not easy. I think he needs some decision to make right now.
He does 13 moves in only. And Minh, have you played Fabi any amount of times in Blitz?
I mean, I play in both like Blitz and even like Rapid as well. Mm-hmm. So I play in like, like Blitz, I play in like Guitar Tuesday. I lost against him, but I should be a draw game. And in Rapid, so we play, I think, in the Pro Chess League. And I think it was Black there. I played Dragon. I was very fine until I found a way to trap my own queen, which sucks. But I mean, still, that is like some kind of good memory since I was able to play against the world's best player.
Yeah, Fabi has gotten a lot better also and we've talked about this a lot, He's gotten so much better at blitz and rapid. His time management has been amazing recently. I mean, look at, he's got 9 minutes.
Queen G4 now and bishop h6 maybe.
Queen G4 and bishop h6 is coming. I guess Queen G4, King H8, but then you've got all sorts of shenanigans on the king side. Queen H5.
Yeah, Knight G5 looks fine. So I don't know. I mean, here, so one looks like he has a lot of active plans.
Absolutely, and there's Queen G4, threatening bishop H6, which would win the exchange because black would have to play G6. Yeah, King H8. And now a big moment, because Fabi can't take his foot off the gas pedal. I like Queen H5, you like Knight G5?
Yes, I mean, plenty of things here. I mean, like Queen H5 first, maybe fine. Knight G5, I mean, Knight G5 now he can play like A6 maybe, so it's not going to be clear. I guess like Queen H5 first might be a better option.
Yeah, because I was thinking Knight G5, H6, maybe sack on F7, but nah, there's no need for that, right? I mean, you're just enjoying life here.
Yeah, I mean, like the thing is that black is so passive and need to find some kind of counter play. So I guess we can be like taking time for our plan. And I think Fabi knows that right now, so he's taking time here, which is, I think, a very smart decision.
Yeah, I think people don't realize like how good these top players are at identifying critical moments. Like they know when to stop, to pause and say, okay, I need to find the best move here, right? It's not just about, oh, you know, their time management is good. What does that even mean? It means not only they know when to speed up, but they know when to slow down.
Yes. I mean, you know, that is the thing that, you know, makes me different from, I mean, like from Fabi, I mean, I will play Queen H5 right away, but then he takes some time to play Knight E5. I think we should kind of like deprive like from some kind of play now.
Are you sure that Queen H5 wasn't better though? Maybe Queen H5 was a better move. He takes and goes back. So what do you make of this? Does he want... Okay, he plays H4. Okay. But already black is pretty close to being able to like push F5. Not yet, obviously, right? But at some point.
I don't know. I mean, like the thing now I was a bit like worried is that if you play H5, I can play H6. So I'm not really sure what Fabi want to do right now anymore.
We're about to find out. Yeah, he made all the simple moves and now he's like, what exactly? How do I attack? Yeah,
I mean,
H5,
if he can,
H6.
okay, he exchanges bishops.
He exchanges bishops, and if black takes, then he opens up the H file. So maybe some plan.
Just play
yeah.
S6. I don't know. Like black can play S6 simply, and then trying to exchange like in a way that favors him.
It was a very strange decision to take on D5, man. This knight is now out of the game too, right?
Probably. I mean, now it's not even clear to me. Like, what can white do now? Okay, I think he provoked A6, but I don't even know what things can be good about that. And now black bishop suddenly got active as well. I don't know.
Controlling important squares. Bishop F1. Ugh.
This kind of thing now, I think basically, you know, emphasize the fact that I think something was wrong. Now, don't think there's something like clear anymore.
Well, Fabi definitely went wrong here.
Yes. I think that bishop F1 and rook C4 with some kind of naive 5 threat looks pretty nice.
You know, I liked it. The tricks. Immediately, I see the tricks. That's all I see.
Me too as well. Definitely.
We like the tricks. Okay, bishop F5 by Jules. So he doesn't trade bishops. I feel like he's trying to squeeze F6 in.
Yes, I don't know. I mean, he went to F6. I don't know. I mean, like F6 and like knight and F6 maybe. I don't know. I mean, I suddenly feels like I love black somehow. I don't even know why though.
Black might just be better. So bishop back to G6 here is also possible.
Yeah,
I think
G4. I don't know.
You think Fabi's going to take the draw?
No, I don't. I mean, like he's up on time, you know, so we would try to go for a win, but it's not easy.
But it's one of those things where, you know, you feel like you have to play for a win, but already white is probably not better. The clock is the only big thing that worries me about Jules' position here. I agree with you.
I guess that now Fabi want to play Queen A4 and switch the, ideas to the queen side pawns. I don't know. And knight B5, rook C1, and some kind of long right there.
Oh,
it's not even clear.
But that's a cool idea. Like switch to king side, stop on a dime, and then go queen H5 to D1 to A4 and say, all right, I took my turn at your king side, you know, now I'm going to attack your queen side. And there's F6.
Like, no, yeah, F6. I mean, at the end of the day, it should be done. But I mean, it's like E6 right now. And then the pawn E6 can be making very, very, like, I think, exposed.
Yeah, so I think ef6, he wants bishop f6. Okay, we can pull up the analysis board really quickly here as Fabi contemplates his next move. If rook e6 here,
Should d4 would be dangerous, I think so. Should d4?
Yeah, bishop d4 or even bishop f5 and bishop d4. But the eval bar doesn't like this at all. I guess maybe why?
I don't know.
Bishop
I mean, the
F4?
thing, bishop h4. Bishop h4 was there, I think so. Bishop h4.
Ooh, queen g4.
Bishop g5. Bishop g5, maybe. I don't know. Still 5, right?
Takes
And like a6, maybe. Should we still 5? That's still 5, right?
playable. Yeah, queen g5. Maybe black is worse, but nothing crazy.
Yes. So I don't know. I mean, I think why shooting f6, I don't see any reasonable move. I don't know. Maybe bishop h3 was not that clear to me.
f4 looks terrible to me.
No, I should not play that.
No, rook f6. So Jules didn't even think about bishop takes f6.
He defended pawn. That's him.
Makes sense.
I mean, when he was down in time, so play for something simple may be, I think, pretty understandable as well. So it's fine. But now what can you do at like bishop h3?
Uh-oh. Bishop h3, queen g8. There's knight takes
95.
d5.
Yes.
Ooh.
So
Maybe f6
now,
backfires.
knight f8 forcing?
Knight f8.
Oops, so passive, right?
Yeah, passive. And somehow Jules played f6 in order to get active. But as a result, he's become even more passive, as you're saying.
Yes.
Bishop f4, bishop e5 is possible, although you have to be careful about an exchange sack.
I don't know. I mean, like maybe h5 first to prepare for that, but it's not even clear though.
Yeah, also I was thinking maybe get the knight into the game somehow. Knight e2, knight f4.
Looks nice. I mean, actually, I will play like queen a4 here, and once again, looking for my queen's ideas. It's not that clear to me as well.
This is where if I would have had this position against you, Minh, with black, I would be tempted to resign. I'd be like, he'd find a way to squeeze me here.
Don't do that. Don't do that. g4. What is the plan here?
What is the plan? I think Fabi wants to play h5. I think he's just enjoying his life.
Probably.
Rook c1, h5. Make a coffee. Enjoy your position.
Makes sense. Makes sense. Rook c1, yeah. Obviously, you're a prophet as always.
No, you predicted more moves this game. Come on. Okay, take it.
Take it
or
and
no?
like queen g. I don't know. Maybe you take it and like queen g4. Yep.
Threatening rook takes e6.
Yep.
Maybe.
That's a thing. That's a thing. Definitely.
There's actually some tactics there after rook
Yeah,
takes e6 because d4 hangs.
94, right? 94, queen d5, rook c3.
Rook c. We're thinking the same line, yeah. And then rook c3, but white's a pawn up there.
Right, so white a pawn up, and like bishop strong there as well.
It's funny. We calculated the same line at the same time.
Yeah, I mean that's why I don't know. I think you're faster than me actually.
Stop it. We'll have to talk off stream. Rook e2. Preparing to double. Fabi is relentless in this position. Just keeps the pressure going. Rook c e1. And eventually Jules will have to play rook. Oh no, but rook f6. The knight defends the queen. So you don't really have knight takes d5.
Yes. I mean like queen e7, rook c1 check intermediate move, and then like actually winning a piece.
And b5.
E1, knight e1 maybe. And then knight e3 in some kind of maneuver.
The eval bar is claiming that the position is equal. Black is actually better here. Can you believe that, man?
I don't even see. I mean, like queen f7. I think queen f7 probably. And but knight b5, drop the pawn, so it's not a good thing to do.
Who cares about the pawn? Yeah, b4 first, knight d1.
Queen f7, h5, h5.
Okay, so he pushes the queen back. But now, again, rook takes c6 is a threat.
Seems to be, I don't know. I mean, like, what can I play now? Maybe, like, I don't even see. Like, b4, I think b4 should still be play here.
I think you have to, b4, is there rook takes c... No, there isn't.
No, it's not. You can take c3.
Okay, so b4 and queen f7, I think you have to, because you can't really go rook f6 anymore because of bishop g5.
At the time now, it's like a big trouble here for Jules. I mean, he's down like nearly 3 minutes right now, and it's like I don't know. I feel like it looks 5 of white.
And Minh, queen f7, knight e3, and knight takes d5.
Wow, I missed that as well. Wow, that's really gonna be a nice plan.
Both rooks are on the same diagonal. I can show this really, really quickly. If Jules goes queen f7 to avoid rook takes e6, knight takes d5. And here, you're saying rook f3?
rook f3 maybe, or no? I mean, rook f3 earlier, like knight f3 here.
Take.
I mean,
and then some move.
rook c2 maybe. Just a little rush or no? I mean, something I missed, but I feel like I should have something there.
Yeah, no, this definitely an initiative. Rook f7 by Jules Moussard. So he makes sure that the queen is nicely protected. There's no threats, but he's under a minute, and it's still the middle game.
Yeah,
how is he going to make
still
it?
Actually looks tough. I don't know. I mean, the thing here, I want to say that, now we need to make a plan fast. I mean, g2, bishop f4 can be a wise plan now. Yeah, you play that.
Nicely done. Rook c4 hitting the pawn.
Ooh,
Okay. Moussard is playing amazing.
Yes. It can be both sides game right now.
Absolutely. And if you have to play a move like bishop e3, then that's a pretty bad sign. You can't give this pawn up, though.
Bishop e3, e5. I think e5 looks good. Actually, e5 looks really good now to me.
And he plays it. And this forces the queen trade.
Not really like then you don't like it.
The engine.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I don't know why exactly, because it does look like black gets super active. DE knight takes c5, and then you go knight f3.
Yep. I don't know what's wrong here. Rook d1, some slower moves. And
Maybe
e4, bishop f4.
Oh, b3.
First.
Oh, DE and rook d1. Maybe the engine is saying that the pawn on d5 becomes really weak.
Yes, actually. But I don't know. Maybe like bishop c5, rook c2. I mean, I think probably was better there. Just not easy here. I mean, the pawn d5 can be a real target to attack.
Yeah. I mean, Fabi now has a choice. He can take on e5, or you proposed keeping the tension with something like rook d1. Black can play e4 there, and then maybe bishop f4, something like that.
Yes. Okay, Fabi takes time again now, which is actually like a very wise choice. Always stop at the right moment.
Yeah, he's done that this game. He hasn't played perfectly. He's made some inaccuracies, but he's slowed down when he's had big decisions to make. Yes.
Sure, it's pretty nice here. I mean, like, he can have some choices to make here. D5 looks pretty nice to me. Honestly, if he doesn't play D5, Black can play E4. And I think maybe it's not that easy to make plans there. So I think D5 should be played here, I feel like.
I agree. D5. And it's also harder to play for Black because the position is open. Fabi is disappointed, though. You can tell in his body language. And look at his clock, man. He's down to 2 minutes. If this becomes a bullet game, Jules becomes the favorite, and he finally does take and go rook d1. Check. King h1. Rook f5, defending the pawn. Bishop f4, maybe? Ooh, knight e1.
Maybe bishop f4, bishop c5, maybe?
He plays knight e1. We have a trade.
I don't know. I feel like should head to a draw here. Just a feeling. Don't even know why, though.
Yeah, I feel like White's still got the easier play, right? Rook d1, rook d2. Yes. Oh, don't go rook d2.
d1 now? I guess so. Rook d1, King g2 he play. Bishop c3. I think he I think you should play bishop c3 first. Rook d1, d4.
Yeah, because now bishop g5.
Okay,
but bishop f. Okay, because rook c5, defending the bishop with both rooks like this, unusual.
Maybe like f4, king f3. Does that work?
f4. Yeah, I think it's decent.
I don't know. I mean, maybe rook d1 first and prepare for that. But the thing is that Black always have rook c3, so it's not gonna be easy.
So now f4 is a threat. How do you defend? Oh, rook d5. There we go.
f4. I mean, I don't like rook d5. The thing is that I always think it should be like rook on c5 since f4, bishop f6, and king f3. Some checks there is possible. But now it's not. I think now White can still try to push. F4 now looks good for
F4.
White.
So your point is that this rook is really restricted after F4.
Yes.
And then rook E4. Oh, if Fabi wins this pawn, I think he wins the game. And you called it. He plays F4.
E4. Yes. Rook E4 now, and the pawn D4 suddenly can be a weakness.
It's a big weakness. Rook E4 is coming. King F3, King E4 is coming.
This is actually bigger as well.
H4 doesn't do anything. You don't have to react to that.
Rook E4 can be a plan simply. Rook E4, or king rook E2, king F3. Things look actually pretty good here.
Yeah, but Jules is finding so many great defensive moves. Rook D6 is good because he's trying to get his rook to C5 to C3.
That's why I like rook D2 first, but okay.
Okay, rook D2, rook C3,
King E4. King E4 still.
Gotta do it. Fabi down to
Once
90
again.
seconds.
Once again, spending time very wisely.
And he plays it.
B2, yeah.
And Jules Mussard is down to 10 seconds.
Yes, it should be very tough for Jules right now. I mean, like rook c3, king e4, rook e6, maybe.
5 seconds, and he goes king h7. But he gives up the... Oh! Man, if white takes the pawn,
Rook
black
c2,
has
rook
rook
c2.
c2 at the end.
Yes, but
Oh
like,
my
like
God,
f5,
Jules
like
is amazing.
f5, like f5, I don't know. It's not over yet. That's it.
Oh, and rook
F5.
d7.
King e4 he play.
King g6.
So Fabi goes for the pawn here, but it's not clear. Takes. Rook d4. Takes now and a king f5. There's a mating net. c2, rook d6, and king f5.
Oh, rook d6. King has to go back to f7.
Yes. Okay, only choice.
Okay,
Like,
now
I
it's
don't know, like,
apparently completely winning.
king f5, I think king f5, right? King f5 and rook d7.
But king f5,
right?
king f5, rook c5.
King f5 like g6, actually like g6 maybe. I don't know.
Or even rook c5 forces the king back.
Yes. So
I think g6.
yes, king e7, rook a6, right?
Rook a6, rook takes
A2,
a2, and then maybe some sort of... It's hard to figure the moves out
Not
here.
easy. f5, rook e2 is wrong.
Yeah,
King d5, I don't know.
What is going on here? Like, white wants to go rook d7 and g6, I think. King f4, there's rook f2 check. So black will keep checking. Okay, another check maybe?
I mean, he's down in time, so that actually is very understandable. He wants to see what Fabi want to do.
Uh-oh. Rook takes a2 finally. He's got to take that pawn at some point.
Yes. Okay. Push or rook d7, I don't know.
I think he pushes it.
Yes.
King e7.
King f8 and king f8. Yes. King
Oh,
f8.
now, man, rook d8 and rook g8. There's this classic trick where you send the king to
But king
f6
F-
and then go rook f8.
The king f6 there.
Oh,
King
rook
F6.
f8, king g5.
g5, king e6. But like maybe, I mean, like I don't know.
This
maybe...
is anybody's game. This is not over.
Wait, rook d8, king e7, rook d7.
King
King
f6.
f6 still. King f6, rook f7.
Oh my god, king g5. King g5. I think black's okay. King
Wow.
f6.
I don't know what it means, but that's just insane though.
We missed some. There was something there. We'll figure it out afterward. But right now, Jules Mussard is totally fine here. Fabi might lose this.
Yes.
If he's
Actually,
not careful.
Fabi is like shaking his head right now. Oh my goodness.
Oh my lands. A4 by Jules.
King
Another
b4,
great
king b4.
move. Yeah, but
King
AB.
b4,
Draw.
And rook g2. Wow. It's a draw round. F2
It's
still
a
as
draw.
well. It's a draw. Wow.
Holy cannoli. That was amazing defense by Jules Mussard.
Yes.
And wait. Min. Is Fabi... Okay, is Fabi okay here? Yeah,
That
he's
should be
okay.
a draw. That should be a draw. I mean, no way he's gonna win here.
Yeah. King f3, okay.
Wow, man, what a stubborn defense, truly.
Oh my god. Unbelievable. And Jules had like a minute for... So, okay, really quickly, and the next game will start momentarily. Okay,
Yep.
we'll figure it out afterward.
Yes.
So, ladies and gentlemen, now we have a 3+2 game. If this is drawn, we go to a bullet game, 1+1. But here, the colors switch. Mussard with the white pieces, man. And a double fianchetto.
Okay, this thing, I mean, actually some kind of like long-term plan for white. I mean, you always play one against me. This one feels so familiar to me though, since I always play like this guy, always play like in this kind of thing.
But I don't play this because I particularly like it. I just think it offers a position. It's just a bunch of moves that you can play the same way every time.
Yes.
So, okay, b5.
B5.
Typical
Fabi
move.
seems to play active here. Like, rook c1, yep. Just I'm
Yeah,
seeing that.
Fabi needs to avoid getting upset after that last game. Yeah, Mussard is so resilient. It's crazy.
Yes. I mean, I think Fabi will still be the, favorite here, but it's not easy, right?
Yeah, so white did this thing with rook a2, queen a1, which I do against
Queen
you
b7,
sometimes.
yes. Queen b7, rook c2, and somehow the rook now is being, in a very good shapes. So it looks actually pretty odd.
Rook fc8, it's very dry. Very dry.
Probably not the draw.
Yeah, bullet time.
I don't know. I mean, I think, I play Fabi a lot. I don't know. I mean, not like a lot, but I did play him in Bullet and Bliss in the last couple of years. And I think I just play him again this year, and I feel like he improved a lot in the time management. So now I think it's not going to be easy for anybody to beat him in Bullet.
No question. Fabi is a flat out good bullet player now. You can't just, drag him into the bullet and say, oh, he's going to flag. He's fat. Look at his clock. He's got over 3 minutes. I mean, his time management has been incredible. Even in the last game, like he didn't figure out the win, but he did everything he needed to on the clock. Okay, BA4.
The bishop b4 now can be a good square for the bishop, I think.
True.
But okay, it's not doing things there, so it's not even clear.
The Eva bar seems to think that white is slightly better now. I guess this bishop on d4 is very nicely placed.
And very typical in this kind of situations, like, white have some, like, very slight edges, but it's not even like something very, very like considerable.
Yeah, only Magnus would be able to take advantage of it.
It's the queen a8 here. Should be pretty equal here, I think so. Bishop b4 is fine too.
I guess the one thing that is in white's favor, this target is a bit easier to attack than
Yeah,
a4.
seems to be. I mean, the
Just by
bishop
a little
a7 also seems a bit like out of the game as well.
Yeah, it is. It's just biting on granite on d3. Yeah, Fabi might be a tiny bit uncomfortable here. So I guess rook takes c2 and knight b6 came to mind.
Yes, he played that actually right away. Wow.
He took it. Oh, and bishop g6, creating some luft.
Maybe like knight e5 now, or I don't know.
Yeah,
Knight e5 doesn't do anything. I mean, knight e5, and then you get like queen c7 at the end of the day and go for the threat, and the pawn a5 can be a target.
Ah, so you're saying takes, and then white wants to slide the queen up to c7. Fabi has to be careful because it would be great if his bishop could have access to the e8 square. That way he could attack white's target on a4.
Okay, knight e7, queen c7 is what I think here. Knight e7, queen c7 looks actually really good for white. Okay, knight.
That's why he played knight e8, stopping queen c7.
I mean, something I see he will see as well. So obviously he can play that.
Nah, not necessarily. Okay, knight e8. Does he want to go f6? Maybe, maybe not. That's very weakening. And how should Jules improve his position? That's a hard question.
So, I mean, bishop g2 is also weak as well. h4, I don't know, like h5, it's not really clear what we can do here. I think that's why the engine thing's equal. I mean, bishop f3, king g2. Yeah, just say that.
It's like that song, 0, 0, 0, 0, right? It's all zeros. And whatever you do, it's a 0.
I mean, trying to play some kind of thing, winning strategy, I don't even know. I mean, the thing is that it should be slightly harder here to improve for black. So I guess like one can try and play some moves and winning here and see what black want to do.
Yeah, as my coach would say, pretending to improve your position. Just like, yeah, everything's fine. I've got plenty of helpful moves. And on the inside, you have no idea what you're doing.
F6. Okay. Bishop d4. I mean, like, okay, e5 coming here. So like got a strong center. Like e4 now, e5, which is pretty nice.
I think Fabi is flirting with the concept of playing for a win here.
Well, I mean, it's not still clear to me since it's really hard to attack like on a4. So let's see what's going on.
Maybe white should play e3 to create a little barrier.
I would
but
like
more targets.
Bishop e3 here. I like bishop e3 here and like knight e4, knight b5. But it's not even clear as well.
Yeah, I guess I'll play e5 if we play bishop e3. Again, Jules, his clock. He's below a minute.
But he already shows like his, I mean, like capability to play fast in that game. So, I mean, it's still going to be very, very fun to watch.
Yeah, he can get down to 5 seconds and play perfectly. Like, and there's your idea, bishop e3. I think Fabi needs to play e5 here because I agree. If you can get this knight to b5, you're making some progress. Okay, big moment. Will Fabi take the plunge? No, he goes knight d6.
Knight f5 can be a plan or no? Knight d4.
And knight c6
I mean,
maybe.
Like, okay, yeah, knight d4. Yeah, it should be like a thing, right? Knight d4 here looks nice. Yes?
Okay, so
I mean,
if Fabi
maybe
goes...
like e5, knight c6, right?
Yeah.
Like...
And then you can't go bishop e8 because you're going to drop d5.
Yes. Should be pretty nice though. Somehow here, knight c6 looks like a nice ideas. I don't know why the engine thing that is equal, but I like knight c6.
I think Fabi might, yeah, Fabi's worried about playing e5 here. If he doesn't play e5, like king h8 or something, if he makes a waiting move, what is white's next move going to be? Knight c6 probably.
Like nice thing.
Knight c6.
Here.
I think Jules should do it.
Yeah, I don't know. I think no other choice. I mean, knight c6, yeah, okay. Expect that.
Knight f5.
Bishop b6. I mean, bishop b6 works.
Bishop b6, bishop e8. But then you can take the bishop and go a5. Your pawn is very, very fast advancing there.
But be careful. I mean, the time now actually is going to be a big deal for Jules.
16 seconds. Take the bishop.
A5,
go A5.
yes.
Queen A4.
Queen A4, Queen C8.
Oh, Queen C8 here. Looks really scary. But Fabi is ready to push his pawn.
E4, just E4. B3. The pawn actually, like, I don't even know which pawn is more dangerous.
I think it's black's because and this queen takes D3.
Queen D3, Queen D3, Queen D3, Queen D3, Queen D3. Yes, Queen D3 right here, and
that ends
the
game.
Yes, and like bishop B5 as well.
And look at Fabi's clock. He had the time to slow down and figure that out. Queen takes D3 ends the game.
I mean, can I E5, bishop B5? Maybe?
E5, but E5, Queen D3? Queen F3?
Bishop B5 now, that works. Bishop B5 now. Okay, Queen F3 is better, I think so.
And now...
D4? I mean, D4 works, I guess so. D4?
D4, bishop C6, and the light squares are just killing white here.
Yes, like Queen D1, whatever it is, I think D4 looks very, very nice.
Bishop C6 is coming?
Yes, yes.
Oh, and B2.
B2.
Beautiful,
yes, B2.
Beautiful. B2, queen takes B2, and king, queen D1 mate.
Nice decision, and that ends the game, I think, right away.
Bang. Fabiano Caruana, with a smile, wins the game. What an ending. And Jules Massard, his clock management finally brought him down at the end. But what an effort by the French Grandmaster, man. That was amazing.
Yes, I mean, he really tried in the first game. He defended resiliently in a position with less time on the clock. So, yeah, I mean, obviously, he should be given a lot of credits for that.
He definitely should. The first game was a great defensive effort, but Fabiano Caruana, the top seed, he advances to the next round. And a great start to the RCC. Yet another week of amazing action. Okay, so we will get ready for the next matchup. I think we are going to go on a short break. And after we come back, the Rapid Chess Championship presented by Coinbase returns with the second match of the day. And we are back at the Rapid Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. Daniel Naroditsky and Minh Lei bringing you the coverage. Today, one match is in the books. Fabi defeating Jules Moussard in the Blitz tiebreaker. And Minh, this is the next match is a match that everybody is looking forward to. Hans Niemann against Samuel Sevian, two incredibly talented young American players.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be very, very fun. I mean, Hans right now is like, a very huge talent. He's like very close to 2700 right now. And Sam, I think he should cross like 2700 as well earlier. So I think it's going to be very, very fun. And also, I think unpredictable as well.
And the big storyline, Sam Sevian, of course, scored 7.5 in last week's RCC, made it all the way to the final against Wesley So, and lost by the narrowest of margins. So he's going to be looking for an opportunity at revenge. His seeding this time is a little bit lower. So he's got the black pieces in round 1 against Hans Niemann. And here they go. Another potential Catalan. Let's see what Hans chooses in this position. Knight C3 or G3. Or something else.
He can do G5 as well. Knight C3 play. The 3-knight variation.
Yeah, so this could be, Rogozin. Sam Sevian plays a Rogozin, one of the most solid openings in the modern day.
Yes.
And Queen A4 check, common
A4.
line.
Okay.
This is all normal. This does not win the bishop, by the way, of course. The point of this move is to force the knight onto c6 in order to block the c-pawn, right?
Yes.
E3, bishop
E3.
D2, I guess, is the
So
move here.
D2, D4, right? I think that's very normal here as well.
Yeah, Queen C2. I mean, this has been so well studied. Hans is taking it slow, just choosing which line he wants to play. Queen C2.
Yeah, I think it should be like DC4 or like I6 here, I believe, right? I forget it, but this should be, I think, the normal theory.
Ooh, B6. That's definitely a move.
I don't know that.
Yeah,
Oh, gosh.
I've seen it, but I mean, I don't know my Rogozin theory too well. So B6, is he trying to go bishop A6 is the big question? Or is he actually trying to fianchetto his bishop?
I mean, a side story is that, like, Sam Sevian is a guy who's like very resourceful. I mean, I still remember, like, I played him once OTB, I think back to 2016 when I came to Dallas. I think to play Dallas Open. I think in 2016, I got him in round 8. Actually, I can tell you, I mean, like, Sam is the guy who crushed my first GM norm. Like,
Oof.
I mean, I got like 5 out of 7. I need one more point for the norm. And he literally crushed me with the white pieces in round 8.
And he was not a GM at that time.
No, he was already, I think, like 2580 there, I believe.
Oh, yeah, what a beast. Yeah, but Minh, of course, you did get your final GM norm just recently at the World Open in Philadelphia. And of course, you're well over 2,500 FIDE, so it's only a matter of time before your title gets finalized.
Yes. Thank you, buddy. I appreciate it.
Yeah, no, I mean, yeah, it was only a matter of time. Bishop A6 by Sam Sevian, so he's putting pressure on this pawn. The move Queen A4 here deserves consideration, I think. Just hitting the bishop, hitting the knight, and maybe forcing the bishop back.
Yes, I mean, like, but Sam's still playing quickly here, so I assume it is something like his prep, or at least he knows things about this kind of things.
Hans does go Queen A4, bishop back to D7. It must be prep. It must be.
I mean, Sam is a guy who has like definitely very good prep. I mean, in the game I just mentioned earlier, so we play the dragon, and I play a side lines, but he played very quickly, and then like I think, I mean, I only prep for like 20 moves, but he still blitzed to like move 25.
Oh.
And then I have no idea what's going on, and he's still on prep. And after the game, he was like, "Oh, I mean, I'm so sorry, and I don't even expect you to play the line," and he still blitzed for like 25 moves.
He still knew everything.
Going on,
I hate when that happens. Well, that's why when I was preparing for Sevian in the last round of the U.S. Championship, I was looking at his openings, and I was like, this guy knows everything. There's nothing I can do, so I just made a quick draw in the Italian. I was like, I have no idea what to play. Anyways, so bishop b5 by Hans.
Bishop c3, I think. Bishop c3 and knight e7. I don't even see something else.
Yeah, bishop c3, knight e7, trying to make this bishop and queen look awkward.
Also, like queen, this as well can be fine, right? Yep.
Oh. Okay, so I guess white will castle.
Knight e5. Can play knight e5 now.
Let's pull up the analysis for 95. Does that force? Oh yeah, so I'll show this line. If knight takes, then you take with the pawn and you win a piece because black's queen is overloaded. And after bishop c3, you play bishop c3, I assume?
Yes.
Yeah. Maybe 97. But white's slightly better, no? I mean, this is pleasant. This is pleasant.
I mean, bishop pair seems to give white some, like better, I think, prospects.
I agree. And also, I mean, generally you don't want your knight on c6 here. You want to have the possibility of pushing your c-pawn either to c6 or to c5, which is why we're trying to find an opportunity to go knight c6 to e7. But I'm not too impressed with this.
Right now, and c5. I mean, I expect knight 7 and c5 instantly. Like, I don't want to see, my portion can be like slowly squeezed this way. So I really want to see some kind of play here.
He plays 94, rook c1 by Hans.
Rook c1, yep.
What about, do you want to take on c3 maybe and go knight e7?
I don't know. I mean, after that, he can like queen c2 and prevent c5. I think I will slightly prefer white.
For sure. No, there's no question. I think the white's slightly better. A5 by Sam Sevian. Interesting move. This is how he plays. He has such a creative style. What is the purpose of this move? What if white just castles?
I think he wants to prevent bishop b4.
So it's just a prophylactic move. Nice.
And now knight 7.
Yep, and he plays it. Okay, so again, white's bishop and queen are a little bit stuck in mud. Maybe knight e5.
I think can just play f6, I assume, since the knights are doing things there.
Bishop back to d3 instead, so he retools his pieces.
I mean, c5. I mean, can c5 now be a thing?
I think it absolutely can. Now you're gonna have to reckon with bishop takes c4 in these positions.
Just take and dc5 maybe as well, and the bishop on c3 can be a monster.
Ooh, aiming as it is at g7. This is a little bit unpleasant, isn't it, for black? I mean, a lot of decisions to make here for Sam Sevian. Does he take on c3? Does he play c5? He keeps the tension with knight g6, which I like. I think that's probably the best thing that he can do here.
The thing here is that white also need to make a plan as well, and I think by this move here, he wants to let white show his ideas first.
So question, is f5 out of the question?
No, I mean, actually, I'm considering it seriously. Since it looks like a nice move, right? At least it's pen on the king side and he defend knight at e4 as well.
Yeah, because, and he plays it. And normally when you play f5, you got to be very careful about weakening the e5 square. But that knight on g6 is actually doing a great job of protecting that square. So maybe rook e8, start assembling pieces on the king side.
Into like bishop a6, I don't know. Does that work?
Play it very positionally. Trade off white's strongest piece. Or at least one of white's strongest pieces.
Yes, I mean, rook e8 is fine as well. I think rook e8 is fine too. I mean, rook e8 seems like a very numb move here, I think so.
Yeah,
also, like knight 4. Yes, you play that.
I'm thinking about like throwing all my pieces at my opponent's king and losing, and you're over there playing like Karpov, bishop a6, trading the strongest piece, actual
no,
positional,
I mean,
real
in a game, I will
chess.
play knight 4 as well. I mean, depends on the time control, but knight 4 looks like a very nice move too. So
in a bullet game, you're totally going knight h4.
Definitely.
Actually, it does not look like such a bad idea because, okay, let me just really quickly. If white just makes a bunch of random moves, this attack, it comes really, really, really fast. Queen g6, and after g3, if we bring up the analysis board here for a second, we get a position like this. I mean, knight d2, knight f3. If this bishop opens up, then there will really be hell to pay for white. So,
yes, and like queen h5 as well. The knight pair actually seems very, very strong as well too, so I think it's fun.
So it is no laughing matter. He does play rook b to e8 and rook a8 rather. And Hans expanding on the queen side with b4. Nice move.
I mean, he did something, I mean, obviously he can attack in the center or in the king side, so b4 is like something need to become, sooner or later.
Yeah, probably sooner rather than later because knight h4 was coming.
Yes, okay, so now how Sevian can deal with the queen side expansion?
Can he ignoring it? I was going to propose ignoring it with knight h4. He does it. Sacks the pawn on a5.
Okay, so now he's going owning. I mean, this one's. I mean, like he just sacrificed a pawn, right? So now it feels like he's going for own or nothing strategy.
He absolutely is. So is his next move? I guess his next move is indeed, as we showed, going to be Queen G6. Now, Hans, does he have a choice other than to just say, okay, if I get mated, I get mated, but at least I'm going to take some pawns with me?
Yeah, I mean now so Queen G3.
Okay.
92. I don't know 92.
Knight D2 and Knight F3 is kind of what we discussed, but then King G2 at the end of the line, and the knight's going to be hanging.
Yes, that's a thing here that makes me a little bit. I don't know, maybe F4 there. I don't know. I mean, but that looks actually so crazy. I think Sam is definitely calculating that. I feel like
the wheels are turning. Yeah, he's thinking knight takes D2. White will have to recapture with the bishop, not to get forked. Knight F3 check, and I won't make these moves on the board just because I'm anticipating a move pretty quickly. But that resulting position of the king on G2. Question is, does Black have any tactical ideas there, such as F4 blasting open the king side? A lot of stuff to calculate here. Plenty of time though for Sam Sevian.
Yes. I mean, even F4 right now can be a thing as well.
Yeah.
So I mean,
I was thinking about
it.
Queen G6.
Okay, he pinned a pawn. So now 92 can be a thing that we calculated earlier, right?
Yeah, and then he wants his queen to get to H5. I think the point of this move is he says, okay, I want my queen to support the knight that lands on F3.
Also, F4 can be a real thing, actually.
F4 is almost maybe threat is too strong of a word, but it's a serious idea. Let's put it that way.
Yes. Also, like Queen G4, okay, Queen H1, avoid being pinned.
Yeah. So now I guess Sevian has to take on D2 and go knight F3?
I mean, can you play like Queen H5? I mean, Queen H5 can be a plan.
Ooh, a little perpetual. Wait, that might be mate. Queen H5, Queen D1.
Queen D1.
Oh, that bishop hangs. You can just take.
Queen D1, just win the game.
Yeah, maybe Rook D1, Knight C3, Rook C1, but that is no good. He takes D2.
Okay. I mean, Queen now actually can be Queen D2 can be a plan now, or Bishop D2.
Yeah, well, when the king was on G1, you had to take with the bishop. Now you can actually take with the queen, but Minh, I like taking with the bishop because it opens up the attack on C7.
Yes, it seems more natural, but it's not clear. Okay, next Queen D2 was playing the game.
He does take with the queen, so he wants to keep the queen closer to the action on the king side. Sevian can get in trouble here.
Yes, I mean somehow now Black start running out of pieces to attack here, so it's not easy. The bishop on D7 still so far away though.
Oh, but look at this line. Let's pull up the analysis board again. Knight F3, Queen D1, Queen H5, man. I think there might be King G2.
Wow. I mean, Queen F3 looks so scared. Like F4, I don't know.
Yeah, F4, E takes F4, and then you pray. Prage.
Bishop C8, I don't know. That looks so
I know,
scary.
I was thinking this too. I was thinking Bishop G4, H5, but...
I mean, which one H5? Which one H5?
Oh, it's so close!
No, which two? Still not in time. Oh, come on.
It's almost made, but the king now has the escape square. But this has to be calculated.
Here.
This is
That's
awesome.
why Sam is spending time now, but it's not easy. I mean, a very, I think, tactical positions, but I mean, somehow on lies doesn't seem to work out very well, so it's not easy to choose.
The problem is in this time control, it's just, there's a little bit too much time to allow for these bullet tricks, right? Hans has 4 minutes. He'll refute this. That was a really cool line, though. It came so close to working. But what does Sam do if not Knight F3? Does he have another move? Oh, yeah, Knight F3 and Knight G5, I guess.
Yes, I mean, that's another thing there, but like BA5.
BA, his queenside collapses.
I mean, like he must come up with a thing right now, or he just got, I mean, to see his queenside pawns getting eaten by nothing, so he needs to come up with it right now.
It's the worst feeling when you're okay, I'm building up the attack, I've got all my pieces on the right squares, and then the tactics just don't work out for you. That just happens sometimes. This bishop is really bad. That doesn't help Black. He would love for this diagonal to open up, but you can't. You're not getting this pawn out of D4.
I feel like Sam is thinking that something should be happening here, but at the end of the day, he doesn't find anything at all. And that
Where
actually
is my
very
win?
confusing.
Yeah, where is my tactic? Why is this not working? I experience those emotions when I'm playing somebody in Min Lei sometimes.
me too, a lot of time as well. So
Oh, Min, they're going down the line. They're going down the line.
I feel like Hans will play H4. I don't know.
I think he'll go King
just seems
G2.
so scared. Like,
But it's Hans. Hans
scared.
is a principled guy. If he doesn't see anything, he'll go King G2.
Let's see. I mean, G2 can also be. I mean, I really love to see that thing. It should be so fun to watch.
Also, H4, maybe there's F4.
Yes, Bishop E2. Yeah, I mean, that should look very good for black as well. King G2, maybe the only choice.
Yeah, I think Hans is taking the plunge. Come on, Hans.
I mean, H4, F4 is actually losing. So I feel like King G2 is forcing.
Big moment. I mean, he has to defend against mate. What we're saying is that there are two ways of doing that. You can push the H pawn up, or you can, you know, on your own 2 feet, you can make a mad dash toward F3. And there it is. And here we go. And queen takes H2 and F4. This exact line.
But I mean, Sam plays that instantly, which means that he seems to see things here.
He takes F4. There's almost rook takes F4.
And Jeffery queen H3 is mid. Oh my goodness.
Oh my god, that's so cool. Rook F4 check. You can't take because of mate, but you can take with a king.
And it's fine somehow. I mean,
oh my god.
Wow, though. I mean, wow, G. I mean, that is insane. Like G5 maybe as well. Oh my goodness.
G5 back and
G4.
Who knows what's going on? Oh, G4 is mate, isn't it?
Yes, and we should see it with plan.
Oh, you have to take it.
Oh my gosh. I mean,
we might see
you play that thing. Oh my goodness. Like.
Okay, but first, Hans has to make a decision here. Oh my god, GF4.
F4, King E2.
King E2.
And what happens?
Bishop
Nothing happened, actually.
What about Bishop C8, man? To prevent King E2. Oh my land! This might be an incredible game. I mean, this already is an incredible game.
Which one? Which one right now?
Bishop C8, Rook H1, Bishop G4.
Oh, King G4, Queen G2, Queen H4, Queen F2. That should be winning, right?
I was thinking of a rook lift, like Rook F6, but I agree that probably doesn't work. Bishop C8.
Again, Jeffery was playing Bishop C8. Engine thinks that he's winning. Oh, Engine is thinking something.
Engine is laughing. Is it Rook G? No,
Rook G1.
H1.
Rook G1, maybe Rook G1.
Rook G1, Rook F4, Queen H3, Bishop G4.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
What a mate. I gotta show this. Analysis board, please. If Rook G1, what an amazing mate. You can't run because Queen takes F2 is mate. Bang, bang, bang. Checkmate.
Oh my goodness.
What a mate. So you have to go Rook H1. That is the only move. Everything else loses on the spot.
But Bishop G4 is winning as well? How is that not winning?
No, White's winning after Rook H1. Apparently the king escapes.
Oh, I mean, that is insane though. I mean, maybe like at the end of the day, I mean, Bishop G4, King G4, Queen G2, King H5. I don't know what this is insane though. Oh my goodness. And
look at the clock. Han's down to a minute 20. So if you get a situation where you need to find some, one crazy defensive computer move, Hans might not have the time to do it. And he does go Rook H1. Good stuff by Hans. And Sevian putting his hands around his head as he calculates Bishop G4 check, drawing the king further out into the wilderness.
I can tell you, I'm still feeling very confused. Like, I think that Blake's still winning right here. Oh my goodness.
But what do you do? Bishop G4 check is going to happen. I think Black has no choice. Otherwise, if the king runs away, you're lost. The queen is trapped.
Yes, actually, it's going on here. I mean, okay, coming on again. King G4, Queen G2. Hans seems pretty confident here, actually.
King H4. I don't...
King
H5.
And Rook E6.
Rook F6.
Queen G4.
Queen G4. Oh, the king hides behind the queen.
This is winning. Oh my goodness. And Hans seems very confident right here. Oh my goodness.
Hans sees it. What about Rook E4 maybe?
E4. Queen G4 again.
G6.
King G5. F5. Queen H4? King H4. King H4, I mean.
G... Yeah.
Queen F2. Queen F2. Queen F2.
King H... Oh, then E3 hangs. Yeah, so we're thinking you can go Rook E4 to intercept this bishop and threaten Rook F5. Sam looking for something here. G6.
I mean, it feels like it's something, right? But at the end of the day, it turns out that the king is 7h6. Oh
Are
my
you telling
lands.
me that white is going to go king h6 here? Get out of here.
This one really reminds me of Nigel's short game. Oh my goodness.
It's the safest square on the board, man. There's no checks. Black has nothing. Rook e6, maybe rook e6 and g5.
I mean, rook e6, I guess so. Like queen g1.
Hans is smiling. He's like, I can't believe this. My king
like,
is chilling.
oh my goodness. I think even Hans like cannot even believe what's going on here. Oh my goodness.
I think Sam has to try rook e6.
Like
he has to try
it looks so ridiculous, but here surprisingly black has nothing. Oh my god.
Wait, but Minh, what does white do after rook e6?
Queen g1?
Bear with me.
Queen
G5.
G1?
G5.
Queen h5.
Queen f3.
King g5.
Oh my god. And he plays it. So we're about to find out.
I think queen g1 should be the only choice.
Yeah, queen g1, flushing out black's queen. G5, king h5. Okay, we're about to see this, so I don't have to make the moves.
G5 forcing, I guess so. I mean, queen f3, queen g5, and the king is damn safe. Oh my goodness.
And then black's king is going to get mated, because once the g file opens up, it's black's king that's going to get caught in the crossfire.
What a game, though. Oh my goodness.
What a game. And 1 minute for Hans. That's plenty of time here to steer his way into victory.
Hans
20
seems
seconds
very
for
confident
Sam.
right now. Oh my gosh. I mean, he should get other things under calculation, which is insane, though.
Hans knows he's gonna win this game. I mean,
Queen
Queen
G5
G5.
now.
It's just the king is just untouchable.
Like, nothing can check him. Oh my gosh.
Queen G5 1-0. I mean, if you even had a pawn that appeared on G7, even that would be mate. And Minh, you wanna hear something funny? It would be mate of the pawn on G7, even if black didn't have any of his other pieces with the queen on G5. So
brutal, though. Oh my gosh. So brutal.
Rook F5. No, that's it. That forces the queen trade. It's over. The game is over.
Oh
two bishops
the game
up.
is over. Take into e3, but d1 now. Whatever it is, should be winning. I mean, I would be so pissed off if it was like Sam. I mean, it looks like winning, right? It looks like so good for him. But nothing happened.
He did everything right. He brought all his pieces to the king side. He had sacrifices. He forced the king out into g4. He had his rooks and his queen around them. And wait a second. Hans has to be a little bit careful. You can still get checkmated.
Bishop e1 probably is easy.
Ooh.
F5, g5.
Okay, king has h5.
So should we
20
set right
seconds.
bishop e1 now? Or
Don't go rook h5.
I mean, rook h1 maybe. Okay, it happened in the game.
Finally, the king is able to escape. Yep, that's it.
The king is very active. Now it's over.
That's it.
Oh,
rook g3.
Gosh. Yes. Wow, what a game.
Oh my God, breathe. Oh, what did we just see? Okay, Sam is still playing, but obviously.
I mean, some kind of like, moves. I mean, I think he just like cannot even understand why he lost the game, though. Yes.
I did everything I was supposed to do, and sometimes the tactics, they just don't favor you, and there's no reason behind it. Sometimes they just don't.
I mean, he throws other thing into the white king side, and somehow like he still got defense. Oh my goodness! Like,
but let's give a lot of credit to Hans. I mean, to not lose your cool.
Here? What? Bishop d6?
Yeah,
oh,
bishop d6.
Come on, okay, finally it is.
But Hans
a3 as well.
Oh yeah, that also hangs, and Hans wins. And we got to give him a lot of credit, because to keep your composure in that situation when you got to find only moves, even if they're relatively easy, is still a very, very difficult task. But Hans Niemann, in a absolute dogfight, defeating Sam Sevian to make his way into the semifinals. Minh, what an incredible game.
Yes, I mean, like I can tell you this is like one of the best things I witnessed recently, and obviously we need to give credits for Hans. Like he fought on defense, actually, which is insane, though. I mean, if I was white, I would be very scared, but he confidently get a king a6. Somehow that works. Wow, just like
an unbelievable display of defensive resilience. And up next, we have Hikaru Nakamura against Garakamsky. A match that I think we are all very much looking forward to. So the festivities at the Rapid Chess Championship presented by Coinbase, they continue. We're going to get Hikaru set up and Gada set up. So we're going to go on a short break, ladies and gentlemen. We will be back with more Rapid Chess Championship action in just a couple of moments. Back we are at the Rapid Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. We have two quarterfinal matches in the books. Fabiano Caruana, Hans Niemann, they will face off in the first semifinal matchup. Up next, Minh, we have Hikaru against Garakamsky, two absolute legends. What more could we ask for?
I mean, that would definitely, very exciting matchups. And, I really do love to see how the two living legends can perform here and show it in the match as well.
Now, of course, Hikaru, he's the heavy favorite. He has beaten Garakamsky before in the RCC. Gada is probably very thankful that there is an increment. That's the biggest advantage for Gada. There is an increment, so he doesn't have to worry too much about flagging.
Yes, actually, I mean, like, Gada always, I mean, like, I mean, he didn't seem to have, like, a very good feeling about me, who always, like, flag him instantly. So, I mean, increment should have him for sure.
Yeah, no, I'm in the same boat. But Gada has the black pieces, so this is obviously going to be a very, very tough game for him. I think the opening is going to be pretty important in this game. I think the position that they get out of the opening is going to dictate how the game is going to go. So will Hikaru play his typical knight f3, b3? What do you think? Or will he play something like e4 because he's playing Gada?
I don't know. I mean, he plays a lot of stuff. I assume, e4 can be a try here, but I play Hikaru a lot of times. He can play e4, d4, c4, knight 3, b3, whatever. So it's just so hard to predict.
Well, we're about to find out. Both of them are streaming, so what a time to be alive, where Hikaru and Gada both streaming. We can appreciate. I mean, I don't know why anybody wouldn't watch our commentary. I mean, but just for your information. Okay, Hikaru, hello. let's start. The game is underway.
He didn't even stop playing the moves. I mean, he's keeping time out.
Maybe he's actually maybe thinking. I mean, Hikaru can play absolutely everything. So maybe he's thinking, but okay. 30 seconds in, he plays knight f3.
b3 coming.
E3, okay, E3 there it is, and b3. And b3.
B4?
And Gada with a King's Indian setup, or maybe a Grunfeld setup, depending on where he puts his d pawn.
Yes, let's see. Okay.
c5.
c5.
Uh-oh, no. Minh, this is the trap. Queen a5, c3. Is Gada gonna fall for the... Oh my god, he falls for this too! How many people have fallen for this?
Oh my goodness.
Literally, Hikaru has won maybe 10 games in the RCC with this trap, and people continue to fall for it.
Oh my goodness.
Gada has to know better than this. This is ridiculous.
I mean, I played with Hikaru plenty of times. Luckily, I was playing d5. Lucky me.
Right.
I mean,
yeah.
I feel I will fall for that as well.
Now, I looked at this line, actually, and black is not losing. But the problem is when people blunder a pawn like this, nobody actually finds the best sequence for black. Black has, like, one way in order to keep it below +1. But it's basically inhuman. Unbelievable. And Hikaru, I mean, his opening repertoire is just perfect for rapid. So many tricks, and he knows the positions really well. And now he's up a full pawn. Minh, I mean, let's be real. You just can't go a pawn down against Hikaru out of the opening. You just can't. You cannot.
I mean, like, he can always convert very, very well. I mean, like, kind of flawlessly. So when it's up on this way, so I feel it should be very tough to play against him.
So why this position is, well, black does have the bishop. That is what black's only sort of advantage, is that white has given up his dark squared bishop. But look at this d4 square. White's going to plant a knight there, and the other knight's going to come out to d2, and Hikaru is going to start the arduous but relatively straightforward process of converting this extra pawn.
Yeah, I mean, obviously you need to, plan the knight d4 first, so that it can, I think, restrict the bishop on g7, then knight d2, rook c1, and then some kind of slow play. I mean, all the things seems pretty straightforward to me.
And I guess Gada, he wants b5 and bishop b7, maybe creating some chances down the long diagonal. And there's that knight d4 move.
Maybe okay, like b5, knight d2, b4, maybe.
Yeah, Gada plays d5. Okay, knight d2. Okay. Bishop comes out to d7. Now, does Hikaru want to play bishop f3? That might walk into knight e5 in some positions.
Okay, knight f3. Rook c1 now, I think. Queen d2 he play. I mean, in this kind of position, Hikaru is just like, someone who can just win, I think, everything. So
machine.
Yes, like machine right here.
His conversion when he's like up a pawn, or he's clearly better. Like 100 times out of 100. He once in a blue moon he will make a mistake, but you know, this is almost a bygone conclusion. And G5, and I like that. I think Gada has to try to create concrete counterplay on the king side. That's his only chance.
Definitely. I mean, like, obviously G4 and some kind of thing should be tried by Gata if he doesn't want to be slowly squeezed out, if like Hikaru is given the time to consolidate his pieces.
Yeah, I just can't get over the fact that Gata, as experienced as he is, you know, forgot about this trap.
I mean, that actually comes, you know, out of nowhere, you know. I mean, bishop a3, I mean, that is so random, though. I mean, you know, I can tell that like, after DC5, my first instinct is also go queen a5 as well, so I can understand that.
Oh, totally. Yeah. No, it looks good for black, but but you just got to know that stuff. And rook a d1 by Hikaru, so he ignores g4, and I think he just wants to drop his knight back to e1.
I mean, he can try to like maneuver to f4 as well.
Yep, and he does. And there goes the knight.
Also, f3 can be applied in the future too, but obviously it depends on the situation.
Wait, knight c5? Can he just like go for more pawns?
Yes.
And... Oh man,
this looks very good for white.
Yeah.
Can you swap something safe? I don't know.
Just get the king into safety and maybe prepare some f3 ideas later. Hikaru takes d7. And is he gonna like... No, knight c6? I don't know if I would play.
I mean, c6, b6, and then c4, d4. I don't know. That's probably give like some kind of play.
Yeah, I was thinking of snagging that other pawn, but h4 also is an idea. Okay, big moment here. I know Hikaru likes moves like queen c2. He likes to go for squares in such positions.
Makes sense. I mean, like, h4 now is impossible. He take the c6. Okay, wow.
So he does take.
Will he start the pawn?
I think he will.
We'll go for the pawn.
Nope, queen d4. That's an annoying move, because if black takes it, you take with a c pawn, and that's completely out of the question for black, with all these incredibly weak pawns on the queen side.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that Gara will exchange queen, but when he do now, it's not even clear. So I think it all looks pretty good for white here, considering the fact that black just has a lot of weak pawns here that can be a good target to attack.
Mm-hmm. Well, I guess Gada has to keep the queens on the board, but again, where does he put his queen? Every square seems to have a drawback. Oh, and you got to be careful. No, you gotta be careful. That was hilarious.
Maybe like queen g6.
Queen g6, yeah. Bishop takes a6.
C5,
and then c5,
queen a4, queen a4. He played queen d6.
d6.
C4.
So he wants to play bishop a6, c5, and queen a4 no longer attacks the rook, so he'll have rook a8 in that position.
That's nice,
so
but
I'll just show this if we pull up the analysis boards. Wait. Here, I guess there's...
queen d3, yes.
What?
c4, bishop c4.
Yep. But after bishop takes a6, the EVA bar heavily dislikes this, and maybe it's because of
rook a2. I mean,
yeah, rook a2.
Nice.
Black gets some counterplay here. So Hikaru, he puts his queen on d3,
so
and Gada pushes his a5.
I mean, queen f5 to e5, right?
Yep. So for now, everything is... Gada's not doing a bad job of this, actually. He's doing all right here.
Maybe just like g3 first. I don't know. That looks a bit weakening, but I think
that's
can be playable here. Yes, fix the pawn here.
There's this idea going g3, king g2, rook h1, eventually h3.
That actually is very interesting. My plans like fe1, bishop f1, bishop g2, trying to relocate the bishops.
And that is also Hikaru's plan?
Probably. Or not.
The problem is, I guess, when you go bishop f1, I could try to go h4. That is very, very risky, though, because it weakens the g4 pawn. What should Gada do now? How do you keep assembling more counterplay? Rook d7, maybe?
Bishop f1. I mean, it's not even clear now. Okay, queen f6 was played in the game.
Aiming at the c3 pawn. Okay, so bishop f1 is what we're expecting. That's probably why Hikaru played rook f1.
Bishop f1 or h4 now. But g3, I'm not really sure. I mean, like, queen f4 again?
Okay.
Surprised me a little bit.
Bishop g7. So Gada does not mind a queen trade if it's you know, if it's on his own terms, if it keeps the center closed. And Hikaru
Okay.
says, all right.
I don't
What do
know.
you
I
think?
think it
50-50?
somehow helps. I think somehow helps Gata here. I mean, if he can find a way to exchange all the things, it looks not that bad for him. Also now, I mean, I think obviously, although the black pawns looks weak, but in order to attack them, so he can need to find a way to open up the positions, and that can lead to some kind of exchanges right here.
But I'm scared on Gata's behalf of this old plan that we discussed. G3, King G2. These kingside pawns, man, are they're going to be weak forever. They're on light squares, and you could lose them at some point. I think Gata might be preparing C5.
Yes, I mean, like Gata, I think he's looking for like C5, D4, and he really hope for some kind of massive exchanges, even at the cost of like a pawn or whatever it is.
Now, obviously, Gata's an amazing endgame player. we know that he's an endgame legend. So
Definitely.
he's got a serious shot here at holding this position.
Yeah, I mean, I think if the queen was swept off the board, so I think black can have some chances. I mean, not obviously, you know, very clear, but I think still some chances for him. G3 was played here in the game.
Yep, he plays G3. Very committal, but again, I think King G2 is going to happen.
Okay, we should E5, King G2, F5, I think so.
So you're going to push the pawn to F5 and H3.
Unless he got the pawn to G4 now covered, so shouldn't be very worried about, you know, weakening some stuff like that. And C5 now, maybe C5 now?
So you want to keep pushing pawns. Very bold, very bold. And King G6, that's what you mentioned, because the king just defends everything.
Yes, okay, so I think now Hikaru must come up with a plan here. Since the ideas of like open up H3 now doesn't come to something special, right? So need to do something else.
It really hasn't. Yeah, B4. Ooh. That's
So
a nice move, preventing
create,
C5.
Want to create a pawn on the queen side, maybe? Which looks like a plan.
I actually think, man, you were right. I think instead of King G6, Black should have played C5 first, because this would have stopped B4.
Yes. Okay, now, so, I mean, at least I think it gives Black some more chances to exchange the pieces like D4, whatever. But now D4, I think, is impossible now, so things it's not easy. Also, IB4 just like forced to CB4, which the pawn on, I think D5 can be so weak. I mean, C6, I mean, it's so weak.
And now the pawn on D5 is also weak, because it's been isolated.
But it's still not clear, though. I mean, the pawn C3 now is weak as well.
Exactly. A pawn on C3 is weak. White is tied down to that pawn. And the move C4, well, if you trade rooks, then it's a dead draw. I mean, Black has everything nicely defended here. Rook takes, okay, rook D3. Now I guess rook C5 will happen.
I feel like, you know, it might not be easy now. I think it might even be like growish somehow, since, you know, if the pawn D5 can be taken, so the pawn on C3 is also a huge take as well.
Apparently that was a mistake. Why was it such a big mistake?
Rook D1, rook D5, I don't know.
Rook D1, rook C... and then C4.
Yes,
rook
I
C
think so.
D1. It's just rook C D1.
I guess that Gara somehow he missed that the pawn. I mean, the threats of the pawn can lead to, like, you know, I think the pin on the 5th rank, which probably would be good for Hikaru, I feel like.
And Hikaru, he finds these moves 100% of the time. Literally a 100. Wait, what if rook takes C3?
Rook D5.
So let's pull up the analysis board. Rook C3, rook D5. Takes. Why is this ++4? Like a king F6?
Bishop D7 and the pawn A5 drops, I think.
Oh, yeah, the pawn drops because you can't move the bishop. So that king on G5 is really, really misplaced, actually. That was the mistake. So Gata should have gone... He should have probably gone rook C5 first to secure
the pawn,
this
C3.
pawn.
Oh my gosh.
He did,
now?
And it's over. Rook takes D5 and Hikaru wins the second pawn.
No, it looks bad. I mean, it's okay, take the pawn there. Bishop D7 now looks actually very annoying. The bad thing is that you don't even have time for like rook C2, bishop C3, since the pawn F5 is also hanging as well.
Yeah, you can't move anything. Bishop D7 is such a classy move. It totally ties white down. Ties black down. Just completely.
Yes, I don't know if the defense here, I think it is just hopeless. Even like H4, bishop E8 as well, looks also very nice too. So it just looks so nice for white.
Just these pawns on light squares, and they're so weak. Yeah, H4 is a very Hikaru-esque move, and he plays it.
Yes. And now bishop E8 can be a really strong thing too. It feels
Come
very
around.
annoying.
Start taking pawns. Yeah, this is a done deal. Essentially, I mean, King E6 maybe.
Rook D8? I think so.
Yeah,
and
yeah. Then
I
Rook
think it still
C2.
doesn't look that good. Yeah, but at least, I mean, he should try that. I mean, for some kind of play.
Rook
B2.
D2. Whoa.
Did you dislike
Hikaru,
that?
he didn't play Rook D8, probably because of Rook C2.
Yes, he want to defend that apparently, but what's wrong with that?
What is wrong with that? I guess.
We like King E7? Rook D7 checks there with tempo?
Yeah, you can come back to the same position with Rook D7 check and then go Rook D8. But Hikaru's probably not going to do that.
I mean, Rook C8, Bishop D7 is fun. I don't think it happened, but that was very fun.
Rook C8, Bishop D7 with a Forkovich on the Rook. And the Rook C7.
Bishop E8? I mean, what can Black do there? I don't even know what's going wrong with that.
Is he really going to go Rook H7?
No, that looks so ugly.
Rook B7.
What is the plan, though?
Wait, what if white takes? I don't get it. Enlighten me.
Me too.
Enlighten me.
Rook
What if
B8,
white
maybe
takes
you want.
H5?
I want to try the bishop.
Nah, but Bishop G6 and H5.
So what is he planning to do? I don't even know. Like Rook B2, maybe?
I think Hikaru is, is as confused as we are.
I
At the very
assume he
least-
wants Rook B2. Rook B2 is his
Rook
plan.
B2. Oh,
Yes.
so you're saying the Rook trade might actually be a draw? I don't think it is a draw. I think takes should be winning for white.
Just an E4. I think such an E4 should be winning, right?
It
Just an
should be
E4?
winning, but it's unnecessary because I think Hikaru could also just go Rook D3.
I don't know. I think just an E4 should be pretty straightforward, I assume. Maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, because there are pawns on the other side of the board, and that really helps white. No, it is straightforward. It's definitely winning.
I mean, it got the, I think, connected pass pawn in the G and H file, which should be more than enough to win.
No, it's
Well, let's
100%
see.
winning. 100% winning. But Hikaru, I mean, you can't go back from that. So he's double, triple checking, making sure anytime you have an opposite colored bishop endgame, and he doesn't go for it,
D3.
he goes Rook D3, which is also completely winning.
Yes,
Which
I mean,
is also
sometimes,
completely
you have like more than one way to win, right? And then you need to find a way to like decide which one's better.
Mm-hmm. I thought maybe Bishop D6. Gada can try Bishop B4, Bishop B1, but it's such a slow idea.
Bishop F7, I think it's winning, I guess so.
Oh, Bishop F7 and then Bishop back to G6.
Okay, played in the game.
Bishop F7, King E7,
Bishop G6 and the pawn drop as well.
and you just take everything. And Hikaru goes for that exact line, and it's putting the
Bishop
cherry on
G6.
top.
I mean, Bishop G6, Bishop B4 maybe.
Yeah, then Bishop takes F5.
Bishop E1.
Bishop takes G4.
Yeah, should be winning, right? I mean, you
Should be
just
winning,
got three
yeah.
pawns there.
Hikaru, the Rook D5. What an accurate move.
Before, okay, it is still games on, actually.
Still the passed A pawn, but Hikaru's H pawn is going to be a lot faster.
You know, F5 now, and then H5 should be pretty fast, right?
Yeah, Rook F5, H5. That pawn
That's the
gets to
winning
H7. Black cannot prevent this pawn from getting to H7. And Garakamsky can basically resign here.
I mean, badly the king cannot get in. I mean, King F8, Bishop B3 is very classic. So now the pawn just push and no defense here, I feel like.
H7, Bishop G8, imprisoning
Yes.
the rook forever.
And it's over, I think so.
It's over. You use the other pawns to make progress. You can win G4 as well.
Bishop
Okay,
G8, Bishop C3.
Rook A5. Just take
Yeah,
that pawn
Rook
out of
A5.
the picture. Bang.
Yes. And now Rook A4 and the pawn G4 is dropping as well.
And
GG's.
Gadakamsky resigns the game. And Hikaru Nakamura, as expected, he wins the quarterfinal in very smooth fashion. Well, after that opening, he put up a great resistance. Make no mistake, did everything that he could. He came pretty close a couple of times, but I really feel like it was never truly in doubt. Hikaru always kept his foot on the gas pedal. And Gada, with a disappointing game, he's out of the RCC, and Hikaru is into the semifinal. Minh, classic Hikaru game there. Just a smooth win.
Yes, I mean, like, what a trap, though. Actually, I find that very instructive. You know, I mean...
Yeah, everybody should know it.
I mean, yeah, so easy to fall for, right? I mean, Queen A5 seems so natural.
And so
I
many
would say that, like,
grandmasters, so many GMs have fallen for it, which is the crazy part.
I mean, I can understand it since if I was black, I will for that as well. So
I know, no, same. I mean, you want to play Queen A5 check and C3 and Bishop A3. Very unusual construction. Hikaru wins the pawn. He wins the game. We have one more quarterfinal still to go, and that will be Jeffery Xiong against Noterbek Abdusatorov. You do not want to miss this matchup. It's going to be amazing. It's going to be two super talented players, and we will go on a very, very short break to get Jeffery and Noterbek set up. When we come back, more Rapid Chess Championship action presented by Coinbase. We'll be back in a few.
The Rapid Chess Championship is brought to you by Coinbase. Whether you're looking to make your first crypto purchase or you're an experienced trader, Coinbase has you covered. You can earn crypto by learning about crypto at Coinbase.com. Explore DeFi and Web3 with your Coinbase wallet. Get exclusive rewards when you spend with your Coinbase card and much, much more. Learn more at Coinbase.com/chess and get $10 in Bitcoin when you sign up and verify your account. Check them out. Use the command sponsor or command Coinbase today and go to Coinbase.com to get that Bitcoin, baby.
Okay, back we are at the Rapid Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. Our final two quarterfinalists, Jeffery Xiong, Noterbek Abdusatorov, are on camera here as they pensively prepare for the final quarterfinal. This has been such a high-level Sunday knockout of the RCC. We hope that you are enjoying the action. I am soon-to-be GM Minh Lee and Daniel Naroditsky bringing you today's coverage. Minh, Jeffery, and Noterbek, this is going to be an awesome game.
Yes, it is. I mean, obviously they are both so talented players, but, personally, I will root for Jeffery this game. I mean, whatever it is. I mean, I drew him, and that game made me the final GM norm, so I would root for him no matter what happened.
Ooh,
Obviously,
nice.
I love to see a very fascinating games happening right here.
Minh, how did you celebrate as we see a French?
Well, actually, a very fun day for me. I come out to watch the fireworks. Not a very good,
All right.
experiences, but still, something very memorable for me as well.
Absolutely. And we're talking about the World Open where Minh got his final GM norm. But okay, the game is underway, so let's focus on the game. We have an advanced French. The advance has become very popular again recently, hasn't it?
Yes, I think it started to get pretty famous again since Nepomniachtchi played that in the candidates last year, I feel like.
Well, and they're blitzing out all these moves. This is a theoretical line, I'm pretty sure. And this structure, these pawns on d5 and f5 with the bishop on e6 is a very traditional kind of French structure, right?
Yes, the thing is that the bishop on e6 now is doing a very good job, not only defending the pawn on d5, but also prevents white from pushing the pawn and get some strong attacks. So I think it looks pretty fine for black.
Now, I've seen black even go for g5 in these kinds of positions, so you don't automatically have to castle kingside. Most of the time, black does, but Noterbeck has fearlessly pushed his pawn to h4. Will he push that pawn one square further to h5? Okay, for now, he expands on the other side of the board with b4.
Well, actually, I feel like he played h4 to prevent g5. So.
Yeah, but I could see black playing it anyway. But not here. Not
yes.
Yet. Not yet.
The thing is that if black castles on the king side, so he can never push g5 anymore. So now I think he's on the crossroad, pushing g5 or go for some kind of attack on the king side or just castles normally, which I think he will do.
Yeah, I don't think it's realistic. Castling queen side here is just unthinkable, I think.
Yes, looking so, impossible to me. I don't know, not that bad maybe, but it looks just so unreal. So I think castling should be the thing here, I expect.
I agree. I think we're going to see short castles and we're going to see a positional struggle. And the knight from c3, you often see it swing around to f4, but it can also move to c5. So it depends on, what kind of position white wants to reach.
The thing I assume is that on c5, it can be chased away from b6. So I think knight 2, knight 4 should be a very typical ideas.
Yeah, and that opens up the c file. Then you see a rook coming to c1 at some point. So it's a complex positional struggle. But Jeffery is spending a lot of time here. So what are the actual candidate moves? Castle short is one. Okay, there it is.
Yes,
there it is. He castles.
I feel like he just wants to look for the g5, but he just realized that it's not going to work. So he just play for something slower.
Mm-hmm.
Knight 2 now can be met with a5, which is a very nice idea by black. So I think we need to do something first before knight 2.
Yeah, this pawn kind of sticks out. So maybe something prophylactic. Rook b1 is a little bit awkward. It's just slow, but Noterbeck goes h5. So he does fix black's pawns on these squares. Rook c8, x-raying the knight.
Knight to a5 looks actually very good for black.
Yeah, it does. So maybe you should... And the point is, if black plays a5 with a knight on c3, then white has b5.
Yes. Queen d3, a nice move. a5 now with b5, right?
a5, b5, yep.
What can Jeffery do now?
What can Jeffery do now? That's a good question. It's not so easy to find a move. A6 maybe, but that doesn't do all that much.
Yeah, I don't know. He needs to find some kind of maneuvers. Maybe bishop f8, knight 7, but that also looks a bit weird to me. So I have no ideas.
Queen back to d8. Interesting. So is he actually preparing
something like g5, right?
5?
Yeah, probably. He wants to... when you were down in space, so some kind of ideas to exchange more pieces makes some sense, right?
Yeah, so for example, knight e2. The downside is that, a5 is no longer any kind of a problem for black, because white can always go b5.
Yep.
Bishop d2 by Noterbeck, so he completes his development. And Jeffery does play a5.
He get knight b8. Yes, that's the thing.
Yes.
Knight b8 at d7, and he can try to go for a long maneuver. And a good idea here is that somehow it's not easy here for white to go for the kingside attack. So black has time for that.
Exactly, right? The position is very close, very gummied up. So black does have, even 3 or 4 tempi is not out of the question. And okay, Noterbeck really has no choice but to go b5. And yeah, that knight, knight d7, knight b6. And if the knight gets to c4, then white's queen side is going to be under some pretty, serious pressure.
Yes, it is. Okay, so I mean, in the same time, so what can white do to wait? I mean, knight d7 now, can be knight g3. Wait a second.
Oh, you can't defend the pawn.
Yes.
That's a cool idea. If we pull up the analysis board here, knight d7, all of a sudden, whoop, knight g3. The pawn hangs, you're like, well, no problem, I can defend the pawn. But the move g6, let's not talk about this.
No, that looks so scary.
This is terrible. So Jeffery has to be very careful here. I really like knight e2. That's such a nice move.
Maybe rook c4 first? I don't know.
Okay.
Or even like a4 and s5. a4, I think something I can do here for black.
a4 for
fix
black.
The pawn at a3. Fix the pawn at a3.
Fix the pawn.
I suddenly realized that now why I want to play knight g3 and after queen d7, so the knight and b8 will stuck there forever.
Oh, that is a great point. And the rooks will be uncoordinated. And the pawn on b5 indeed restricts the knight completely. Oh, so Jeffery has to figure out a way to... That's actually a problem. You don't want that situation because white is going to start pressuring the queen side then, right?
Definitely.
There's your move. So knight g3 looks pretty good here.
I realized that queen d7, rook c4, and the pawn b5 may be a weakness.
True. And the pawn on a3, as you indicated, that's the idea of the previous move. This pawn is always going to be a problematic pawn for white.
Yes, I mean, at least, like white cannot play a4, which obviously helped him a lot. So I think here probably still pretty tough. I mean, like a very complex version of game.
I can't figure out who I would rather be because like I keep swinging. I'm like, oh, I'd rather be white because after knight g3, the knight is paralyzed. But then I see, oh, black's going to go rook c4 and win all of white's pawns on the queen side. So it's hard to say who's got the upper hand here, practically speaking.
Yes, I mean, the engine thing is equal, but I don't know. I mean, actually, I would prefer to be black here slightly. I don't even know. Maybe I'm wrong.
I tend to agree with you, actually, because white's got more weaknesses. I think white just has more easily accessible targets on the queen side. I think Jeffery is doing a lovely job here of, squeezing out the maximum amount of pressure on the queen side. Queen d7 is on the board.
The thing is that rook c1, rook c4 can always be tried here, and the c4 square looks pretty good for black.
Yeah, rook c1 played, and rook c4 is what we're expecting here from Jeffery.
Yep.
There it is. And queen takes b5 is it a threat? Maybe not, because f5 is going to hang. But black wants to play something like bishop f8 first.
What rook c1 there? I mean,
that's a check. That's right. Oh my god. Long day. Rook ab1.
I can understand that fully. No worries. Bishop f8 now. I think bishop f8 can be fine here for black.
Yeah.
Or actually, even queen c8, like queen c8. Maybe I don't know, but bishop f8 can be a good prophylactic moves. I feel like.
Oh, you know what other crazy? b6, rook a7, rook c7.
Wow, I don't see that. But I mean, after that, the knight cannot go there anymore, which a bit pity. So I don't even know.
Yeah. Oh, you mean the knight can't get to b6 later on in the game?
Yes, the knight cannot go to b6 there and get to c4, which is like really good squares.
That is a pity, yeah, because that is the only pathway to c4 is through b6. That's like shutting down, the only airport in the city. You can't travel. Queen c8, your move. Okay. So,
I mean, on d7 is another thing. I mean, the king h2 is what I expect. Probably king h2, get away from checks.
Just kind of like a waiting game. And then bishop f8 maybe.
Yeah.
Has both sides up. But bishop f8 does have the downside of allowing knight h4.
Probably.
Okay, so rook c4 is completely out of the question, I assume, right? Can you give up the d5 square?
No way. I mean, like somehow if black bishop can get to d5 and then queen e6, whatever, I think black actually is getting like a portionally winning game.
Yeah, it seems too risky. And Noterbeck now continuing to ponder the situation. These weaknesses are really, really hurting him. Especially this pawn on a3 is tying him down quite a bit.
I don't know. I mean, since 97 is not a thing, I would like king h2, knight u1, and some kind of long maneuvers, but that takes a lot of time, so I have no ideas.
Yeah, and I don't think neither does Noterbeck. You know, maybe you just go knight e2, but then the knight can immediately come out to d7, and he goes bishop f4.
Okay, so now Jeffery need to find what to do for his pieces.
The eval bar did not like that move. Okay, knight d7, knight takes f5.
Actually, now I like to move b6. Actually, it feels like a very nice idea to get the rook out of the game.
Oh, wait a second. You can actually go knight d7, Minh. You
Knight
can
f5?
actually play this move. Knight f5, you take on f5 and take on a3.
Ooh,
I
but
guess
like,
it's
rook
scary.
c4? I mean, rook c4 and then e6 maybe, rook c4 first, and then e6 maybe?
Oh, rook c4. You can't take with the queen because you drop the knight. dc
Like,
and
push the
e6. I
pawn maybe
agree.
looks a bit scary. Like some white holes in your positions looks a bit, I think, exposed, so it's not easy, right?
What if you take on a3 immediately? No, you can.
Knight a6 and then knight a6, knight a6,
Whoa.
queen a3.
Yeah, man. Okay. Okay, I'm sold. So
No
you
worries.
can't really go knight
sometimes
d7.
that's okay. I think like b6 can be a plan. I mean, trying to get the rook out of the game. If not, so black will be so cramped here as well.
So the thing is, I'm still trying to get this move knight d7. And if you play bishop if the bishop had been on f8, and then you go knight d7, I don't know if that
knight
actually
4.
helps.
I mean, like your knight 4 there, as you mentioned earlier.
Right. Yeah, whichever move black makes, white has some
I
annoying
mean, like
response.
maybe like bishop d8, bishop b6 maybe.
Bishop d8, he goes b6.
And the engine dislike it. Wow.
Engine dislikes it.
Why though? I feel I'm so done with this kind of thing. Oh my goodness.
No, but this is so complicated. I don't think anybody knows what's going on here. Like, how do you evaluate this position that's so complicated? I like black here. I don't know. Rook a7, rook c7 is coming. Why is white better? I mean, who knows? It's impossible to determine that. Well, you know, maybe it has to do with this idea of moving the knight back to e2 and then actually taking on c4 and trying to put a knight on c3. But who knows?
Thing here, who knows? Actually, it's just so hard to know things here. I mean, I don't even know what is white going to do here. At first, I don't know what I think 92, but it dropped the rook. Oh my goodness.
Yeah. Oh, knight d2, you were thinking.
Yes,
that
knight to rook c1. That's the thing.
Yeah, that does drop the rook. That would be great if you could play knight d. That would actually solve all of white's problems. Maybe. What do you do? And Noterbeck is, look at the clock. I mean, neither side is, you know, he's finding any easy.
I don't know why.
Here.
I mean, rook a7, rook c7 now seems so natural.
It does. It's coming, and if black gets control of the c file, well, then white's going to have really hard time defending these pawns.
I mean, the queen cannot move out of d3 since like queen d1, bishop a3 looks very good. I want to play queen d1 and rook c4. I realized that the pawn a3 drops. So what to do now? I have no idea. Maybe
Can't
like
move
knight
the
e2. I mean, knight e2, knight e2.
Yeah, knight e2 is what we're thinking, and then I really think that white needs to try to play rook takes c4 here. So let's make these moves on the board. Let's get an analysis board going real fast.
Rook a7,
rook takes c4.
Takes d4
and
queen e3. I mean, like bishop. I mean, rook d7 probably we try rook d7.
Yeah, knight c3.
Bishop a3 d5.
Bishop a3, knight, or knight a4.
Knight a4 actually is better. Yeah, so
Noterbeck,
d5 somehow fine.
Yeah, because you're controlling. I guess you're controlling d5, and black's knight does not have access to b6, which is a very good point that you made earlier. Queen e3 after a very long think by Noterbeck is his choice.
Then rook a7. Maybe we play here. Rook a7, I assume.
He's obviously not trying to sack on h8. There are not enough pieces, I think, to justify that.
Like can always have like queen f8 at the end of the day. So I think that's sort of that's gonna work.
No. That's for a 30-second game. that's for our matches. Okay.
And
so,
I will definitely lose to that if you play that thing. I will definitely lose.
Oh, come on. You'd find like 5 super accurate defensive moves and send the attack back.
And then I'm losing on time.
Well, that's why in a bullet game you would destroy me in a 1-minute game. Rook a7. What's the hesitation? What is the other candidate move? I guess knight d7 is possible now, but Noterbeck is using the fact that the knight doesn't have b6 anymore.
I assume now he want to play like rook c4, maybe. I don't even know. I mean, it's just so hard to explain what's going on here.
Right. Rook c4, knight e2, knight c3 was our old idea. Trying to control the d5 square, which is going to open up if white takes on c4. And now under 3 minutes is Jeffery Xiong. This is going to be an epic time scramble.
Definitely. So now maybe rook c1. He tried the rook. Why though? He give away the file. Okay, go for the pawn on a3. Rook c3, I think.
Rook c3 would defend the pawn on a3, which is now hanging.
I think knight d7. I mean, the thing about knight d7 is that queen d3 once again is, I think, available again. I feel like
the problem's back. Oh yeah, black can't fall asleep on this pawn, can he? Rook c3. I suppose, Minh, after knight d7, queen d3. Okay, black could play g6, but I understand that.
But then you take and you play rook c6. Yes, that's the thing.
Yeah.
And then you cannot play queen f7 due to the pawn on h6 drops.
And then the g5 square becomes weak. So yeah, that creates a chain reaction. What we're talking about is knight d7, the queen slides over to d3, and in that position playing g6 is very, very weakening. 2 minutes. 2 minutes on the clock for Jeffery.
I mean, space suddenly feels very, very cramped, so it's not easy here, I feel like.
Yeah, and all of this happened very imperceptibly. So maybe b6 actually was a mistake. Maybe the fact that he doesn't have the square is a big deal. And now it's +3.
Well, I mean, I don't even know. I mean, the thing actually I want to say is that, like, we cannot find a way to play knight d7 without dropping the pawn, right? So it should be something we missed, but it's not even clear.
Bishop takes h6 there, by the way, was the engine move, but how can you blame Noterbeck for not playing that?
Oh my goodness. I mean, typical engine steps, I will say that.
Is there rook a5 here? Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Wait a second, Jeffery.
Now be careful. Now
he
be
was
careful.
patient. He waited for this move for a long time.
Ooh, but queen c2, rook c7? But rook b5, I think, and queen d8.
Can you play bishop d8?
That's fine. I mean, can you play rook b5 now? Maybe.
Okay.
Yep. I mean, queen a4, rook b1 is a very nice thing.
Oh, that's so important. Queen a4, there's rook b1 with a discovery winning the queen. And so Noterbeck, for that reason, plays king h2. Very cold-blooded move. But the rook can go back to a5 if Jeffery wants to cling to his extra pawn.
Yes, I mean, rook c7 now, queen d8, I think, and then all should be covered, right?
All of the squares are covered. That bishop on e6 is a hero.
King h2, now rook e5.
Knight f1, swinging around to e3. Noterbeck is going after the f5 pawn.
I mean, b5, b4. That work?
You gotta try. I think you gotta do it because you've got these two tempi, and by the time White's knight gets to e3, Black's pawn can already land on a3.
G5. Oh yes, this thing. G5.
Wait, but Jeffery allows rook c7.
Queen d8.
Queen d8.
And then what?
No, but you take on g5 first, and then you go rook c7, queen d8.
Yep, still.
Yeah, you can't take on f5, I guess. There's tactics there, but I can't quite put my finger on it, on what they are.
I mean,
Maybe
can you take on g5? And h6, yes, that's the thing.
And knight h5, knight f6.
But he plays g6. I mean, maybe g6. I don't know. I mean,
but Noterbeck does not do it. He goes knight e2. He keeps the tension. Oh, there's a threat. Careful now. Bishop f4 and queen h4 is a serious threat.
You got knight h3 still. I think so.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, but d4 I guess hangs.
Yes. Okay. So maybe like g3 now.
King g1, same idea. Getting out of the checking zone of the black queen.
I don't know. He was just king h2 like a few moves ago, and now king g1 again seems like a bit. I think losing 10 piece, but probably it's fine.
I think Jeffery had this opportunity to go b5, b4, which he had to exploit. Now he's under a minute. Noterbeck is starting to get his pieces into really, really good spots, isn't he? And this could get troublesome. Jeffery brings his queen up to d7.
I think we are going to see a very fascinating time scramble here.
And then maybe a draw.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, I don't know why I put that thought in the players' minds. Queen b1, attacking b6. Time scramble is indeed in the cards.
b5 incoming, g5 takes.
And f4.
Oh, Oh, G4 and G3, right?
G4, knight G3 is the idea.
G6. I think the G6 still, right?
Yeah, but then takes in maybe knight takes G4.
Oh, wow. That is impressive.
Ooh, that's a nice tactic. 30 seconds for Jeffery. And he takes and goes rook b7 as he tries to keep his position stable.
Rook
But
c5,
his position is getting worse. Rook
yes,
c5,
I think so.
knight
The
a6.
pawn looks so weak here. I don't know.
But rook c5, I think I have knight a6.
Can you play knight c2 now? Okay, he puts the pawn a6, which is actually a very nice idea.
Provoking weaknesses on the king side, and Jeffery desperately trying to create counterplay. Takes a knight c6, but this is not going to cut it, is it?
That seems to be knight c2 and rook g3. I think it's nice, right?
He takes on g7 simply.
Knight h5 coming here. Wow, it's
this is a devastating idea, man. Knight h5, knight f6. Oh, and Jeffery has not managed to create any counterplay on the queen side.
It's slow here. I mean, like rook b4, queen e1. Okay, queen e1.
Oh no, queen h5 is coming. It's over. This is just
Jeffery. He's
Jeffery.
like, you know, for Jeffery. I mean,
but Noterbeck is such a beast. Queen g5 and knight h5.
Yes, I mean, you know, he's the rapid world champion. Oh my! I mean, he's proving that. Oh gosh.
Not
find h5 now, right?
Totally. Wait, there's knight e2 at the end of that.
King f2, and then you can just play. I mean, ignore the rook, maybe. Can you?
Yeah, but I don't know if there's a mate there. Wait a second.
Can you play like knight e5 rook g3 now? No, knight e5 rook g3.
Oh, you want to move this knight away to lift the rook up to g3. Yes, I think that probably is winning. 1 minute for Noterbeck. If Noterbeck was the one with 15 seconds, I would say this is unclear. Rook b3.
Okay,
rook
yes, in game. b3, queen g5, and rook c7.
Rook c7. Oh.
I mean, no, you just like queen g5, queen a6, and knight f6, and that wins the game right away.
Yeah, this is mate. Queen h6.
This is mate. Queen h8, queen f6, and knight g6 there, whatever.
Yeah, queen f6 is coming. There it is. Knight g6.
Knight against mate. Oh my
Beautiful attack by Noterbeck to cap off a very, very impressive game. He is just such a monster, is Noterbeck. And this was very complicated. Jeffery, you know, he's going to hold us set up high because they went back and forth. At one point, I thought Jeffery was better. Then I thought Noterbeck was better. But somehow at the end, man, Jeffery just didn't seem to be able to create enough queenside counterplay. And eventually the floodgates opened on the other side of the board. This was such an impressive idea by Noterbeck.
So, I mean, I was impressed that f4 comes so quickly this way. I mean, at first I think that he wants to fix the pawn weakness, but suddenly the a6 and all the attacking ideas just come so fast that I think Jeffery got no time to do own threats.
You know, I would say that his knight caused him the biggest amount of problems. That knight was a problem for the entire game. It never got into the game, never until the very, very end. And by that time, it was too late because Noterbeck's queen was already on the queen side, delivering the death blow to the black king. Okay, this concludes our quarterfinals. The semifinalists have been determined. First up, we are going to have Fabiano Caruana facing off against Hans Niemann. This is going to be an amazing matchup with Hikaru Nakamura in a rematch against Noterbeck Abdusattorov, to whom he has lost in several of the RCCs. So do not go anywhere. You are watching the Rapid Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. We will have the first of two semifinals for you on the other side of this short break. We are back at the Rapid Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. All of the quarterfinals are in the books. We've got 2 fascinating semifinals to be played, and one of those semifinals, the first one, will be contested between Fabi and Hans Niemann. We have our own Spenny Thompson doing a live interview with Hans Niemann just a couple of moments ago. Let's listen in.
Spenny Thompson here again with Chess.com. We are joined by Hans Niemann after an incredible King Walk game. Hats off. I got to say, that King Walk was incredible, and I was sweating. Were you nervous?
No, because as soon as he sacrificed his piece, went over to Zoom, looked at his face, I was like, no chance, buddy. Once I checked the Zoom, I was like, okay, I know what's happening here.
Huh. And, I love taking advantage of the human element, the camera. So Sam obviously is pretty close in age to you, and I'd imagine you may have seen each other in tournaments growing up. Is there a bit of a rivalry here?
So I've played him once in classical, but it was more like when I was growing up, he was already like a top player, and now I've sort of passed him. But it's more like I don't think there's a rivalry. I think it's clear to me that I'm the next big star from America, so I don't really see any competition there.
All right, well, we'll let you sit back and prepare for your next round against Fabi, and we'll bring it back.
Preparation? Why would I prepare? I'm kidding. No, Fabiano actually just beat me in the Bundesliga, so I'll be preparing very seriously, trying to get my revenge.
All right, well, best of luck, and we'll bring it back to Danya and Minh for more Rapid Chess Championship.
Thank you, Spenny, for that. And damn girl, Hans, so confident. Minh, Hans's confidence is it's one of his greatest assets. He believes in his ability to win every single chess game, and that isn't common. That's a rare quality of top chess, even the top chess players.
I mean, actually, I was so surprised. If my opponent trying to throw all the things against me like that, I was a bit nervous. But he seems to be get everything under control, which is so insane though.
I know, it's crazy.
So he seems to be in control of everything, and he got the winning mindset.
And will he be in control? I know, same. Against Fabiano Caruana, who for the second time in a row essays the English opening, and Hans responding with a very principled continuation e5. So we have kind of a reverse Sicilian vibes here. What do you think about this line? I mean, I've played this with White a little bit. I kind of like this from White's perspective.
I mean, in the long run, I love the bishop on g2. I mean, I think it should still be fine. I mean, Black seems to be more active a little bit, but White can have some prospect like b4, bishop b2, bishop on g2 can be a monster later. I think, I prefer White slightly right here.
I agree, and Fabi clearly still in his preparation as he gets his bishop out to d2. Now the rook, of course, as is typical in these situations, normally comes out to c1. Yeah, I mean, White's just got a very healthy position. Yeah, Black has a bigger share of the center, but White's got the better light squared bishop, and perhaps the better minor pieces in general.
Yes, it is. I mean, but obviously here, as you can see in the board, so Black seems to get more space. He can retreat the bishop now to b6 maybe, and slowly bring the pieces out. I mean, he doesn't have a really, clear winners, so I think it should be still fine.
Totally. Bishop back to f8. There was a threat, if we just rewind for a second. Bishop takes e5, with a discovered attack against the bishop was being threatened, so Hans alertly brings his bishop back, and Fabi with e3. Minh, an interesting move. He potentially is preparing d4. He's also just controlling the d4 square, which is quite important.
I mean, at first it seems like a bit committal, since the pawn on d3 can be a weakness, but he got d4 if he wants to. Also, he also prevents Black from playing d4, which is a very nice prophylaxis ideas and another move overall.
And now he improves the position of his rook, brings it to c1. The other rook could come out to d1. I could see it also coming out to e1 in certain situations if you're anticipating that the e-file gets opened.
I mean, obviously, I'm not Hans, I mean, actually, he surprised me a bit with the bishop to f8. I think I will go b6 myself, look at the center. But I think he just want to play safe. I don't know.
You're not Hans, your legs. Oh my God. It's funny because chat is on a delay. when I see the chat reaction to this, I'm gonna close my eyes because I know I'm never gonna live this one down.
You can do that forever, actually.
That was terrible.
Oh,
Absolutely
Jesus.
terrible, I admit. But I like White's position a lot here. White just has much easier game. I think d4 is coming. You can improve the other rook. Black is a little cramped. Hans has to be very careful in the next couple of moves.
I mean, it's not clear what he want to do here. I don't know. I mean, a4, knight a5 maybe. But I think for the White's idea, like he wants like e1, d4, and I think it looks actually pretty straightforward.
Yeah, he does play rook fe1. So I sort of mentioned that as a hypothetical idea, but here he is, rook fe1 and d4 is on deck. Will we see like a move like bishop e8 from Hans? Cute looking.
I don't think
move.
so. I mean, he seems to be a guy who looks for some activities. So bishop e8 seems, I don't think, quite unreal to me. But it's not even clear to suggest a move here. I agree with maybe like queen d6, but d4, e4, knight e5, and I really prefer white there.
Yeah, d4 is a serious problem. Hans is taking a long time here. I don't see a move. Like it's that's why I proposed bishop e8, because I thought, okay, at least you get some pressure on the d3 pawn. It's at least something. Yeah, everybody's saying like, they're leaving. My pun.
Jesus.
Death by puns. You were saying?
I mean, now he is up like 3 minutes on the clock, and somehow he seems pretty comfortable as well.
And Hans, after a long think, getting his bishop back out, putting it on d6. Now, the big question, do you play d4? And if so, when? I guess you don't because of e4?
e4, knight, I mean, knight e2, f5, f3. I don't know how that works, but I think it should be 5 for white as well.
Yeah, let's pull up an analysis board real fast here. Knight d2, f5. And you're saying f3 here to cut into the center.
Yes, I mean, f3, bishop f3, and then e4 can be a huge threat, even b5 right away as well. And I think that kind of center open only favors white.
Oh, I'm on the same page. Yeah, I mean, black's pieces are just incredibly awkward. So d4 is a serious candidate move. But Fabi can also, I mean, is there...
Knight e2, I mean, knight e2, knight e4, knight e4, whatever.
The slower approach without changing the structure.
I guess that's why he started thinking right here.
Yeah, and what did we say? Fabi, incredibly good at identifying critical moments. He knows when to take his time, even if he doesn't always play the perfect move in critical moments, but at least he knows when to slow down. And he plays knight d2. And I really like d4. I liked the look of d4, but Fabi wants to keep the structure intact.
Yeah, I guess that's why he's Fabi. I mean, I want to play d4 as well.
Right, but we are neither one of us is named Fabiano Caruana, right?
Yes.
Well, Fabiano Caruana. And
I am whatever.
Knight d2, and I thought after 94, my position was pretty good, but
definitely.
Right. Okay, Hans, another minute plus think, and he's down below 6 minutes with the position showing no signs of improving. Now, the eval bar is essentially giving zeros, but we know it's not zero. We know white's better. I mean, white is definitely better here.
I don't know why, though. Typically, if I was here, if I were black, I would try like h5, h4.
Yep, exactly. Same. Good move by Hans.
I don't know what to do. Do you want to push pawns?
Whoa, rook a6. Rook a6 by Hans. Spicy.
You want to play b5?
I would guess he is trying to play b5, so he's trying to preemptively overprotect the knight on c6, which will lose its main supporter after b5. Okay, I can get behind that. Now, Fabi could... No, he couldn't even win a pawn. I would never play this move, but I think people in the chat might be tempted by that, and I just wanted to show why that's bad. Giving up the light squared bishop here is unthinkable. Rook c to d1. So are we going to see b5? What do you think?
I don't know.
Ben?
I mean, I still love h5. I don't know why, though.
No, I like h5, h4, h3, and he plays b5.
Okay. No, they takes the bishops.
Okay. Don't
I
go
think
d4.
Okay. Obviously, no, d4. I mean, with queen e2, d4 probably, and then the pawn b5 can be a weakness.
Yep. Yeah, queen e2 aims at that pawn. But queen e2, maybe black can play bishop g4 to provoke the weakness of your king side with f3. Maybe that's not such a big deal. He goes queen d2. So Fabi definitely preparing d4. I think there's no question that he wants to make this move.
I mean, at the end of the day, you need to play d4 to open up this bishop. Since, I mean, when you get a bishop pair, so you want to do that.
Ooh, thank
But
you,
he
Alaska
chooses
Chess.
Time. Thank you, Alaska, for the 5 steps. Appreciate it as well.
Thank you, absolutely. And d5 by Hans, what a move.
Bishop d5, so bishop g4, I think.
Wow. And if bishop e4, then he's got this f5 move. Oh my gosh, d5 is a game changer, because if white plays d4 here, black is in time to play e4, and at this point only black can be better.
Suddenly here, I think I start to like black position somehow. I guess
Fabi missed
that, you know,
d5.
I think the hard thing is that, you know, he can play d4 earlier, but then he just like kind of play for some slower ideas, and I think rook a6 is like a very cool idea by Hans.
Yeah, rook a6 seemed like the start of, you know, the game-changing moment when Hans is actually trying to seize the initiative away from Fabi. Now, I don't think there's any reason to panic for Caruana. You can play a move like rook c1, but then the bishop could come out to f5 and harass the d3 pawn.
Yes, I mean, you know, suddenly, so black seems to have some counter play, which he doesn't have like a few moves ago, but now things just changed a little bit.
I would say things have changed a lot. It seemed like white was in control of the game, calling the shots. All of a sudden, it's black calling the shots, saying, hey, I'm not just gonna, you know, let you run circles over me. Hans occupying the center, using tactics to his advantage. And the time situation very slowly starting to equalize. h3 by Fabi.
I think that's why, you know, Fabi start thinking like I think a lot more. He just I think for more than a minute last move, seems like he realized that something just went slightly wrong to his positions. So now I need to find something else to do again. I think like he prevent bishop g4, and now like I don't know, maybe f4 later. Although that might be a little risky. I mean, king h2, f4 can be a plan.
Yeah, I like the idea of going king h2. Ooh, and that's kind of cool because you open up the bishop.
I mean, at the end of the day, so when you get bishop pair, so that's the thing you need to do. So I guess that's like the ideas in the long term, but who knows? I mean, I'm not Fabi, so who knows, right?
Wait, you're not? I thought you
I'm
were.
not Fabi.
So I was told I'd be commentating with Fabiano. So all this time I'm commentating with somebody else? Unacceptable.
Oh, gosh.
So, h3 by Caruana, so he keeps the status quo and tosses the ball back into Hans's court. Yeah, not easy to play this for black either, by the way. I mean, what exactly do you do? Queen d6?
Just definitely, like, what I want to do here.
3 minutes and 45 seconds.
Has taking a long thought, but I mean, I guess that, you know, after you get some activities, you need to decide what you want to do next. Like,
Right.
I think D4, right? His plan D4, I feel like.
d4. Oh, Hans's plan. Sorry.
Yes, Hans' plan has D4 right now.
Okay, queen e2 by Fabian. Maybe that's actually aimed against d4. He's opening up a square for his bishop.
Yes, it is.
But is that good? I mean, if black plays d4 now and then sticks the bishop on d5, isn't black doing totally okay there?
I don't know, I mean, E4 now, so the E file may be open a little bit.
Yeah, and then the knight could get loose because of rook c1 at some point, and again Hans taking a long time, and he plays d4.
At the end of the day.
And the eval bar did not like that move.
I mean, rook c1 now, and then suddenly, I guess that, you know, if you're not careful with this kind of open position, so the bishop pair can become very, very strong at the end of the day.
And even even just the dark squared bishop could be a very good vehicle.
Wait a second, queen e8 works here?
Oh my lands. Queen e8. Okay, we got to pull up the board. Queen e8, rook e8, rook e8.
Okay, the ancient dislike it a lot. Okay, forget it.
But it's interesting because you want to play... but bishop e4 isn't really a threat.
I mean, but somehow black seems a bit passive here to me, though. So
queen h5.
Oh, gosh.
Oof,
damn.
That's rough.
Okay.
And after f5, the rook is actually hanging.
I mean, both rooks hanging. I mean, that's just something that's so odd.
and the
both
bishop.
of hanging. Yes, everything's hanging there.
But that's a very interesting idea and a worthy line to show. And instead, Fabiano taking on d5, following up with bishop f4, so he takes away the e5 square from black's pieces. And now queen g6 to f5, attacking h3. What a tense position.
Okay, you want to play rook c6 right now with a threat of queen e8.
That is a devilish little trick.
So king e7, I think we'll play by hands. King e7.
Yeah, you got to get out of that.
So the time here can be a big deal as well.
Yeah, his clock keeps dwindling. Fabi's time advantage, once again, has increased, ballooned to almost 4 minutes. The importance of that cannot be overstated. Both games against Jules Moussard in the quarterfinal, the French Grandmaster struggled with his time management against Fabi. Rook back to d8 by Hans. Queen e4 could be considered here.
Definitely. I mean, h4 can also be something slow as well, which I think Fabi can play that. I mean, he seems to like some kind of slow play today, I feel like. So h4 can be something. Okay, queen f3 play. Obviously, I was wrong.
I think he wants rook e5. Like, if the knight moves, he wants rook e5.
Yeah, the pawn b5 can be a target.
So black actually probably has to keep... rook check king h7.
Rook h7. Stop doing things, but it seems like fun, right?
That was close. Rook e8, check king h7, and black is okay. Okay, so maybe you should try like rook e4 or something first. But then black can even play f5.
Yep. I mean, can you... I don't know, queen g4 now? But
yeah.
King s7, right?
Yeah, and black is defending all of the key square infiltration square. Okay, so Fabi takes it. He wants to play without risk. I think that's quite clear from his choice of opening, and the strategy is paying off so far.
Yes, I mean, this is the kind of portion when you can just try to ride forever without really having some kind of risk to lose the game.
And Hans now down below 2 minutes. He's taking a solid 30 seconds a move here. And he's going to have to start blitzing out his moves soon. I think you should go knight e7 and then rook a6 to e6. Maybe. No, he goes 95.
So
apparently that was the move.
I think.
Takes in rook c5?
Because I think rook e6, right?
Oh, you do have rook e6. Or even... Okay, king f1 by Fabi.
I mean, the rook can attack these pawns more, but I can play b4.
I like the idea of rook f6 and rook e3.
Wow, this is something I don't even see here. I kind of overlook that.
I think this is going to be a draw. I think Hans.
Rook c5. Rook c5 here. Rook h5. e3.
Yeah, rook h5. I go rook e3.
And yeah, the pawn is g3 also drop as well.
Yeah, that's a fork. That's a funny.
Comes out of
fork.
nowhere.
Absolutely, and rook e1 might be necessary. Oh, rook e1 still rook e3 maybe.
No, I think takes the end. Maybe just
f4.
f4 g5.
Yeah, I was thinking about that line. Okay, now wait a second. Is Fabi even better here? The eval bar seems to think that black has solved all of his problems permanently.
I mean, you can play rook c6, but rook f3 can also be a thing as well, though. So it's not even clear here. Yeah, I feel like Hans is defending very nicely again. I mean, he's just playing like a beast right now.
He's honestly, it's just crazy. He's on another level. And it seemed like he was worse. It seemed like he was, his clock is dwindling. Rook f5.
Rook f3 is still on the way here. Rook f3, and then still the same.
Yeah, but
attack.
What if white goes f4?
g5.
Yeah, and then you ignore it somehow.
f4 here.
Rook e8, g5, rook e8. Black could get mated there. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Actually, g4 with double attack at the end of the day, right?
This line, yeah, here and just g4. Yeah, I just wanted to show that this is checkmate. Here is all that is mate.
I mean, you can show me as well, since I want to play the shit and I want the rook at the end of the day. But
that also wins. That also wins. Yeah. What Minh is saying is you could give these checks first, and with the king on h5, you give a fork with g4. But I want to go back to the game because Hans has a minute left, and all of a sudden, is he in trouble again? He goes g5, rook e8.
Maybe like king. I mean, I don't know. Maybe rook d's. I mean, what a sec. Okay, play against that.
Fabi has to try it, and he's got to play it quickly, and he does.
Yes. So
He
now what
does.
can he do? Rook d6, rook h8 is
Rook
not
D-
good at all.
What about rook d5?
Rook h8.
King g6? Oh, rook g8, king f5.
No, I mean rook 6 is not working for sure.
Oh my god, this is getting very close.
I mean, maybe king f2 and king f2, take and g4 and trying to set up the same mating pattern.
Yep. Although the rook, if it moves from f6, it gives the king an escape path through f6. So it won't quite be checkmate. King g2 by Fabi. What an interesting move. Takes it.
I don't like king g2. I love king
Why
f2
not king
more,
f2?
but
Yeah,
I don't know.
King g2 is weird.
I mean, now it can be open the checks, like not necessarily way. I don't know. I mean, I don't think I like that. Maybe I'm seeing things.
Rook e6 is what I had in mind initially.
Yeah.
And he plays it. And rook h8, rook g8, and rook takes h6 check is possible.
King e7 there. I guess so.
Right. And then the black rook later on can come around and take b2. And at that point, it gets scary.
You can even like play b4, rook b5 right away as well at the end of the day.
What if you play king f3 after king g6? Okay, no, he gives a check. He takes on h6. This is all happening.
Should be equal, right?
King
I don't think
e7.
this is worse.
No, I
mean,
agree.
You can text and you play king f3, but then like I think you can play maybe like rook c5, rook c2.
Although I would argue that the pawn on h3, that is an outside passer. And that moves really, really, really fast. Hans is thinking, he goes king e7. We have a trade. What is Hans going to take back with? He takes back with the pawn.
Makes sense.
Rook e5.
If
Wow.
okay.
h4. Start pushing.
h4, rook e3. Okay, take first fight as well. I mean,
Rook
he can push
e3.
later. There will still be a check. I get. Okay, h4.
Man, Hans is finding every move here.
But he's down in time a lot. I mean, Fabi is like 3 minutes on the clock here. It can play, I think, a very important role right here as well.
I agree. h5, rook h3, though, and the pawns are somehow stuck in mud. And he goes king
E4
e4.
first?
And Hans... Oh, it's
Okay, h5, d3. Wow, it's going to be
h5,
close.
d3. No, you got to take the pawn and then go king c5.
King f7 and draw.
Yeah, it's a draw. Hans is like holding this without any trouble.
Well, I mean, actually, he's taking a lot of time, but still, he
Yeah.
looks like defense so very nicely. Oh my gosh.
No, I'm saying like, once he entered the time pressure, he's doing this confidently. And Fabiano with no choice other than to liquidate king c5, maybe one last try.
Yeah,
But
I don't
yeah,
know.
king
c5,
f7.
king f7. I think Fabi just realized that should be a draw then.
Yeah, king f7. Easy.
Rook a8, I mean, rook a8, rook g4, rook king b5, rook g2, and that's it.
Yeah, you can't win. You can also go rook g5 and repeat moves that way.
You can go king a4.
Yeah. It's a
Okay,
draw.
so here should be a draw here. I see no really good way to win here. Rook b8, rook g4, rook b5, rook g5. I don't know. I mean, it shouldn't be a win. I think it should be a draw here.
For sure. I think Fabi is just making sure
Okay,
that he
rook
tries.
g4, king b5, rook
And
g2.
rook
That's it.
g2. Wow.
Wow,
Can
what
you
a nice
try
play.
rook takes a4 and rook b4? Is this totally?
No, I mean rook a2 and
A4?
king f6. I think it's not going to work. A4.
I
you try
think
that
king
for
e7.
sure.
I think Hans should move his king to the closer to the queen side. Just king e7, king d7.
Yes. Wow, he played that instantly.
Yep. No, but this is
King
easy
b6.
because king c7 and king b8. King c8.
King b6 right now. So king c8, right? I mean, you don't have rook a4 anymore. Okay, this should be a draw now without any trouble.
Yeah, a6 and even e5.
E5, I mean, E5. And rook c4, king b8, and that's it.
Wait, then you go a7. So a6, king b8. I think
Yeah,
the simplest.
yeah. I forget that actually.
Just king b8.
Nice defense, I must say that. I mean, he was playing with increment, but then he played like flawlessly. Wow.
Great defense. And just, yeah, I mean, maybe there were a couple of moments when Fabi could have put more pressure, but frankly, there was never anything obvious. Yeah, that's it. Rook h8, easy draw. Fabi offers a
GG.
draw.
Wow.
Great game. Great
Yes.
game. And we're going to have a blitz game. 3+1. I apologize. 3+2 to tiebreak. And Hans will have the white pieces. This is a big opportunity for Hans. He's very scary with white. He's got
I feel
lot
like
of prep
I
up
think
his sleeve.
Fabi is the only one with 2 tiebreak today. Wow.
Yeah, Fabi really having to grind his way into the win. We have an Italian, which, of course, everybody and their brother is playing these days.
And G5, I mean, this G5 play in the candidates, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
the early G5 lines. But here, Fabi goes more traditional. He castles kingside, and Hans Niemann taking a little bit of time. H3, A5. That is all the rage. Everybody's playing this A5 move.
I think A7,
Knight
F1 seems pretty natural, right?
97. Yeah, we had this in the candidates. Usually white plays D4 at some point. And Fabi expanding on the queen side with B5 and A4.
He is playing super quick actually, which means that he's doing prep.
He's definitely still in prep. And he's put together this impressive array of queenside pawns. Okay, trade. I mean, the position is
B6
equal,
maybe?
I think. Bishop B6,
think so.
yeah. We might see, if we have a draw here, we will have a bullet game. Okay. Bishop E3 by Hans. Just a calm, quiet position, right? We could have a lot of trades down the A file, potentially.
Yep. Trades.
There it is.
First trade there. Queen A1, obviously.
Yeah, he was taking a little time there. Okay, what do you make of... White can play knight f5 at some point, but that could backfire if you're not careful.
Yes, I don't know. I mean, obviously, I don't play this line, but I think ideas here should be some kind of, for white. So maybe rook B1. I don't know. I have no ideas actually.
Queen B2.
Queen B2. So I guess he won rook A1 and go for the A file.
Yeah, and I think Hans maybe is saying that he's got a smidge of an advantage because he's got 2 pawns in the center and black has only 1, but this is the kind of position Fabi loses about once every solar lunar eclipse. Like, he just does not give these types of positions away ever. C5, interesting decision though, and Hans locks up the queen side, the center.
Okay, here. So I don't know. Can white try to C4? Or just rook A1 and go for the A file?
Yeah, and maybe put a queen on A2 and say, no. You're going to have to work for the A file. Actually, that's quite annoying. Okay, knight F4 by Fabi.
H2, maybe, I don't know. I don't see a really clear threat. So I guess, okay, knight H5 now. Knight H5, knight A2, and that's going to be fun.
That is... Oh, and G5 by Fabi instead. I don't like that.
Wow.
I don't know if I like that move.
A bit committal, but it seems actually quite fun as well, since it's not really clear how white can attack this pawn.
This knight H5 idea might come in handy again.
Yep. Let's see what's going on.
H4 by Hans. So if Fabi goes G4, that's out of the question because if bishop takes F4, I think.
Yes, and that actually is going to be, I think, losing instantly.
Immediately, yeah, your king just collapses. So if you don't go G4, white is threatening to take twice on G5, obviously. So do you go knight H7? Is that really what you have to do? I think knight H5 was the move. This is worse. Black is worse here.
Actually, it surprised me a little bit since he played G5 looking for activities, and all of a sudden he played for something a little bit passive.
Yeah. It's not clear how black follows this up on the king side. So Hans, if he wants, he can continue improving with C4, but my guess is he'll play queen D1 and maybe knight H2 and go for the light squares.
Definitely seems like an idea that, seems pretty playable here. Queen D1, bishop G4 is, I think, a bit not good right away, but I assume knight G5. Wow.
Oh, he sacks a piece for 2 pawns and he gets the massive attack on black's king.
F6, so knight 5, I think.
Oh my gosh, and D6 could hang.
Wow, so this actually can be huge.
Knight H5 by Hans. And he threatens to take on f6.
Can you play knight 7? Queen d8?
What if
Queen
queen
this
takes
is-
c6?
C4? I don't know.
c4.
I mean, can you just like bishop e8 and trying to go for endgame?
Bishop e8 I think might work out. Now the endgame is completely unclear, and Hans striking at the other side with rook a6. Oh my gosh.
Well, playing both
move.
flanks is very, very impressive.
He's just insane. I mean, this guy's on completely on another level. Bishop c7, rook a7, I guess.
I mean, still bishop e8 maybe, but you can
Bishop
play like knight f6 maybe, and I mean knight f6. Probably. I mean, I want to play bishop e8 right now, but can you still play like knight
that
f6?
endgame is complicated, but I think better for white.
Probably. I mean, he got like some kind of committed pawns.
There
Okay,
it
he played
is.
that.
So
Okay,
we're
what a
saying-
second when you play rook b6. I mean, rook b6 right now.
Well, rook b6 right now, I thought there might be bishop h5.
Takes rook b6 maybe.
Yeah,
And
queen
queen
e7.
e7? Yeah, probably. I mean, e5 stop working there. Maybe it's working. I don't know. I mean, very
result
complicated
game
for
there.
sure. Very complicated for sure.
Hans is definitely evaluating that right now. So the candidate moves are knight takes f6 check immediately, or rook takes b6. They lead to slightly different types of positions. He's got to make a decision quickly, though. He's down to 45 seconds. And he goes queen g4. So he keeps the tension. He keeps the tension. Maybe he wants f4. This is so
I
hard
don't
to
know.
play
I
for
mean,
black.
it still feels like it looks actually much easier to play for white.
Totally.
So-
Totally. Takes h5.
Okay. F7. I mean, okay. Expect
Good
that.
defensive move. F4, c4 check. You got to be careful about that, but it's not the end of the world.
I mean, here F1 still, so it's not that bad. I mean,
It's not that bad. Yeah. You have the f1 square for the king. 30 seconds for Hans. This is a hard position to play for both sides.
very complicated for sure. I don't know. Maybe C4 now, just prevent black from getting active.
Yeah, just lock out this bishop, because if black can go c4 and get counterplay, things get problematic. 20 seconds now for Hans, and he's down to 15 seconds. And let's see what he chooses.
It's gonna be
10
so
seconds.
It's something to watch. Bishop D3, C4.
Bishop d3, yes, c4. I
I mean,
think Fabi
C4.
should just throw that move in. And
Yes.
he's opened up his bishop.
Taste. C4.
Oh, Hans is
Okay,
losing
I mean,
the thread here a
knight
little bit.
4, queen G6 is ideas, right? I think.
Yeah, that loses the knight.
But again, rook G7 right now.
Or
And
like
then
bishop,
you-
maybe bishop c5, just to put the bishop on a defended square.
Yeah, maybe. Trying to get the queen out of the defensive spots.
Yes, exactly. But I like your move, rook g7, because it prevents this incredibly nasty check. This is completely anybody's
But
game.
can you just play like rook a7 first? Rook h7 first, and then okay, play your move.
Bishop c5. Rook g7 could come next. Rook h7 I really like, provoking the queen to move away first. Bishop d3 by Hans. There's rook g7, and maybe f... No, you can't play f4. That's illegal. He prepares it. Oh
Okay,
my
F1,
goodness. This
knight
is so
f7 is
tense.
still so close. So close.
If you play f4,
Okay.
that's very
Queen
very...
b8. Queen b8. Be careful. Queen b8 now can be a thing.
Oh, here it comes. Fabi goes 95, though. He wants rook h7. Rook h7,
No.
queen f5.
Rook h2. Rook h2.
Rook
Rook
h7,
h2.
rook h2. Yep. Rook h7, queen f5, rook h2. He goes queen c8, though.
What is the plan here? Okay, rook h7. Queen
No, but
f5.
queen f5. Why did
No.
Fabi allow this? I don't know why he's going for this endgame. It's still probably winning.
I think you missed something here. I feel like. Rook h8. Okay. I think should be still fine. He can. Black is the only one who can try, right?
Oh, yeah. Black,
Nice.
everything is on.
Could be it.
And rook is coming to b2.
I don't know. I think he should trade then f4. Maybe it should be easier. This one now feels scary.
Hans is holding on, though, but he's got no time, and he's got weak pawns, and it's so easy to
Knight.
blunder here.
Yeah,
Back
knight
to e5.
e5 maybe. F1 and g4.
Yep. Back
Okay.
he goes to e5. Bishop back to e2, maybe?
Yep. E1. I don't know. What would be 3? F4.
And there's f4.
I think you
Rook
want to provoke
B1.
that. Okay. C4. Knight c8, knight
Okay.
7. Knight c8, rook e2, maybe rook e2.
Whose position is improving here? It's hard to say. Knight c3, rook e7.
I feel like
rook e8,
Han is
king
doing a good
f7.
job.
But he could get mated here. Rook a2.
Rook
And
e2
like
and
knight,
then
knight d1.
knight d1 now. I think like good ideas. Knight d1 can be a nice thing initially.
King f3. King f3, king g4.
Yes. Knight d1.
Oh, knight d1 is so scary.
Knight d1.
Knight
No,
d1
knight d1
here.
actually.
Knight d1,
Knight d1
knight d3,
plus.
it's easy.
No.
Oh my
what's
god,
what's the
Fabi
knight
is just,
e2?
what is knight e2? Where is he going? Knight d1, knight e3 basically ended the game, I think.
And now I think should be a draw. King f3?
King f3. Oh my
Should be a draw now. I think he missed the
Unbelievable.
player.
Fabi is just in these
And
time pressure
be careful. He
situations.
can't even be method actually. Like bishop d7,
Bishop b8, bishop b8, bishop g6. Yeah, he's gonna have to
a
make
draw
a
now. A draw now.
Oh, and Hans is going for it. Hans
Is
is
it
going
now?
for the win.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my god.
F7?
F7.
I think now Black can go for that.
Oh my god, Hans might win this. G4.
Knight 2, knight 2, knight 2.
2. What is happening? Repetition. You got to repeat. No,
Repeat.
G6.
I mean, knight 4. Oh my god, knight 4. Oh,
Min,
I mean,
Fabi had rook takes
G4.
G4 and bishop
It's
D4
red.
mate.
oh my goodness. Oh,
King
what a
D8.
game.
And a draw
And now professional.
again. Oh my
Oh
god.
my goodness.
What a
Oh my
game.
gosh.
We have a bullet game now.
Oh my
That
gosh.
was crazy. And Fabi back with the white pieces. We have another English. This time control here, ladies and gentlemen, is 1 minute for the entire game with a 1 second increment. So this is going to be an epic showdown. If this game is drawn, then we have an Armageddon. Holy smokes. Holy smokes. And Hans taking 10 seconds in the first couple of moves. Ultimately repeating the line. Or actually, no, this is a different line.
No, it's a different thing. I mean, he didn't play d5 anymore. So
Right.
now things it's different a little bit.
I feel like for Fabi, the biggest thing for him is not to panic in time pressure. And it's easy to say, but he tends to make uncharacteristic decisions when he's down to below 10 sec. I mean, everybody does.
Yeah, I mean, time scramble is not easy, right? So I can understand it.
Never easy. Knight d2, but he seems comfortable in these positions. He's up 20 seconds, and this is a bullet game. He's better.
Definitely.
Hans is struggling against the English. DE. This
I mean,
is nice.
Fabi is. I mean, he only lost 1 second on the clock. Oh my gosh.
30-second time advantage, and he continues to blitz out his moves.
F5 not coming up. I feel like it's gonna be quite annoying. H4 is to play very
H3.
fast.
Bishop H3 is coming, and the queen
Yep,
is
and
sent
now, like-
further into oblivion.
But the thing is that what can you do next?
40 seconds.
Queen B8 now. Okay. Let's figure out now. Oh wow, bishop E6.
Fabi can
strong
slow
spot for the
down. I mean,
bishops.
he is playing instantly.
F5, maybe F5.
Absolutely, you got to open up the position.
B1, B5.
B5.
Okay. This looks actually very fun.
Good stuff by Hans to create active counterplay and forcing Fabi to think. I would play F5 with white at some point. Maybe takes an F5. And then quickly go G4, G5. Try to ram this pawn through.
Yeah, G4,
Plays
G5
it.
incoming here. I feel like BC4 and D5 now.
BC and D5. Yeah, you got to
Yes.
strike in the center because
Only
G4,
choice.
G5 is coming super fast. And he plays D5. And
Actually,
why did
I mean,
he
G4 right
bishop?
away. I mean, why don't G4 right away though? I mean, you can just
Okay.
ignore it. I feel like.
G4, knight D5, I think, is the idea. Okay,
Okay.
takes in G5. It's
I
anybody's
start
game here. It's wild
disliking
position.
things here. I mean, once again, but time can be a big issue.
Bishop C6. Uh-oh.
Okay,
That pawn's
Bishop G8.
hanging. Bishop takes E4.
Yes, definitely.
But do you
G5.
look at that pawn? That's a monster pawn.
Yes, be careful there. I mean, rook D4 can be a thing. Rook D4 can
also
be a
play-
thing here.
Bishop C1, bishop takes. If you can get rid of this pawn, you're good.
Bishop C1, rook D4.
Oh, that's your move. Oh, and then E4. Okay, he trades. What is Fabi?
G5.
Oh
Rook
my
D1,
God.
rook D1, rook D1,
Rook D1,
rook D7.
trade. Queen
And
D3.
then the draw coming. I feel like another draw coming.
No, I think Hans might be playing for a win because Bishop G8, Bishop C4 min is coming. And Fabi is
C3.
barely surviving. And what is Hans going to do? We have a repetition.
Repeat again.
No,
Or
Fabi's
not.
going for it. Why did he
E2?
allow E2? Oh, my Queen
Queen-
C8.
Takes okay. Now wait a second. Now still very close. G2.
Okay.
Okay,
Bishop
Bishop
D3.
Should D5 checks. Okay.
Bishop
KF1.
F3. Don't go
Oh
Bishop
my
E2.
gosh. A4. Just push the pawn.
Oh my God. A5, B5. Here come Fabi's pawns. A5.
A5.
And Bishop
A5.
E2.
Bishop B2.
Oh, my
Oh
lands.
no, he's
my
winning. He's
lands.
winning. No. B5. He pushed the pawn.
No, maybe he
B6.
should have taken D4 first.
Oh
He
gosh.
should have taken
No,
C4
No,
first.
his. Oh, Bishop A6. Okay, what is
Bishop
going
E4.
on?
Oh, here come Hans pawns.
King E2. What the hell is going on here?
Bishop
Oh my
D3,
goodness.
Bishop D5, and again we have the mutual blockade.
King D3.
Oh my
Oh,
lands.
he's
Is
in
Hans winning?
time.
Hans might be winning here.
King
King F4. King F4.
B7? It's not even clear.
D3 takes D3. Bishop B7. A6.
Oh my, Bishop C3 first.
But Hans is taking all his pawns. Hans is taking all his pawns.
Oh my
Fabi's...
goodness.
Oh, but he's going to trade bishops and try to promote. Bishop C1. Oh, he took the wrong pawn.
C1. Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness.
Yes, KF3 first.
Wait, how does White win this?
And A7 now. A7 now is winning.
Oh, big King G5.
What is this? A draw?
Gonna lose. This might be losing for White.
Bishop F8? I don't know.
Oh my, Bishop H2. Wait, Hans was winning with King G4. We have another draw. This is one of the craziest matches I've ever seen.
Oh gosh. Oh my goodness.
Armageddon time. Can you believe what we just saw?
That is so ridiculous. Oh my goodness.
That was crazy. I mean, how many times were both players winning in that endgame? I mean, just you only see this in the RCC. That's literally the only spot where these kinds of things happen.
It's so insane though. I mean, you can see the Eva bars like dancing. Oh my goodness.
That's absolutely unbelievable. A draw in their bullet game, and we now have Armageddon. So the way that the Armageddon works is as follows. First of all, black gets draw odds. So if the game ends in a draw, then the player who has black wins the match. So both sides bid for a certain amount of time. If Hans bids 7 minutes and Fabi bids 8, the player who bids lower gets the black pieces and they get the amount of time that they bid. The player who bid higher gets the white pieces and 10 minutes on the clock. Fabi has selected the white pieces, Minh. What do you make of that? He wants to play white.
So, I think he realized that, the English seems to work out well for him.
Yeah, he's been better both times. He was much better in this game and up a lot of time.
Yes, I think he realized that the opening is going well, and then he realized that Han is playing not really fast. So I think he wants to exploit that. But let's say that works or not. I mean, a draw as in the last 3 games can eliminate him and backfire the plan. So I think it's going to be so exciting to follow.
This is going to be amazing. I'm still thinking about the end game from that last game.
I don't even know why it's winning there. I mean, that's so tricky, I guess. Wow.
I think I actually figured it out. I think there was a ridiculous idea that White had. And I guess since the players haven't started yet, in this position, I think White can actually go...
Bishop C1, right? I think Bishop D2. I mean, I don't know. Bishop D2. I think Bishop D2 first. I think so.
Oh, Bishop
Which first? Bishop H3. Yes, Bishop H3. I mean, King H3. And now Bishop F4. And now A7, again, that works. Bishop E3 and A7 now works since he doesn't have the King G5 anymore.
Oh, my goodness. This is amazing. King H4, and now you go back to E3.
Yes. King H3.
And then you go back to C5.
Bishop F2. Bishop F2 now should work right away, I think so.
Oh, again, you just force the king further and further down, and then you go around and take all the pawns.
That's insane, though. I mean,
easy. How did he miss that with 1 second left? I mean, that was so elementary.
Yeah, I mean, that's so bad.
Holy smokes. And here we go. We are getting set up for the Armageddon Fabi with the white pieces. And I apologize. It's 5 minutes for Fabi and 4 minutes for Hans. There were no bids in the RCC. I confused it with the CGC. So here it's simply 5 minutes for Fabi and 4 minutes for Hans. Easy. And once again, if Hans draws the game, then he wins the match. Black has draw odds. A Queen's Gambit declined in their Armageddon game. Okay.
I guess that's, he realized that, initially didn't work out well. So he trying to change into the normal things, which actually can be a good plan.
Indeed. Knight G3, Bishop G6, and a trade of bishops. And Hans deciding on something very, very, very solid, which I like. Yeah, it takes D3, and maybe White is slightly better here with ideas of going F3 and E4.
But actually, I think it is very easier to play compared to last game, So I think Hans can play fast, which actually helped him a lot.
He's chosen a very simple line, and yes, he's slightly worse, but he's chosen something, I agree, where he can play quickly. I've seen people go like G6, H5 in these positions. Maybe that's a little bit risky. Maybe it walks into E4. I don't know. Okay, there's F3.
E4 coming, but like C5, and then C5, maybe C5 incoming, probably.
No, Hans is doing fine here. C5. I think C5 is happening. Now, once again, there is no increment in Armageddon. So flagging is on the table. Queen C6. Okay, Queen F2 by Fabi, trying to keep the tension. Milk, black's clock
Maybe
down.
CD. Okay, touch. Queen D7. Short play something safe, I think.
Yeah, go back to D7. Prevent these forking ideas. Queen C7, also good.
Prevent Queen G3 for sure.
Hans is playing phenomenal chess right now. I mean, he's just in control of the situation completely.
I feel like it's getting good for him.
Yeah, Rookie Fabi continues to try to accumulate the pressure, but there are no targets. Uh-oh. Rookie 5. Wait, the queen could get trapped. Min, G3 is coming.
E5? I mean, knight G5, I mean.
No, but you got to play that. You got to try it at least.
Yes, knight G5. Knight 2. Queen D2?
Oh. Wait a minute.
Knight G5 now, maybe? Knight G5, G2, knight 3.
Knight G5 is what you...
Yep.
Thinking about. That's a great defensive
H4
move, by the way.
H4.
Oh, H4, forcing the knight back. Oh, and then G3 traps the queen.
No, E5.
Knight E7.
Oh, wow.
What a move. And back to E6 goes Hans.
G3
wins the queen.
Queen D4. Wait a second first.
Oh, this is the winning move. This is the winning move, because now if he plays Queen D4, then you take and take on F6 and take on E8. Fabi's going to win.
Fabi seems, I think he's like just a side relief from him. I realize that.
The queen
I think
is
he realized
trapped.
this one as well.
It is, because queen takes D4. That is the main point. I'll make these moves really quickly. You lose the rook on E8, and that is what Hans overlooked. He forgot that the queen was in such trouble here. Unbelievable. What a win for Fabi. And Queen F4. Queen F4. He got overexcited, did Hans. And now he's hoping for a miracle.
Insane though. Wow.
Hey.
I think Hans looks actually like kind of resigning right now. Let's see.
Well, it's not over yet. He's down in exchange, but...
I mean, like G3 now and G3 and then E5, I think it's pretty easy.
I wouldn't go Queen E3, because then Black can maybe take and go Rook C1 and Rook C2.
Yeah, I'm going to Rook C2 and then the knight 4 at the end of the day, right?
And Fabi must be feeling nervous. He knows that this is completely winning, but Black has a knight, and anytime a side has a
maybe
knight,
just like Rook, I mean, Rook D5 right now.
Rook D5?
I mean, not if E4 is winning right away. Queen E3 win the game. Queen E3 in the game here.
Yeah, but Black can take and go Rook C1. That's what I was saying. Because in the
I
end,
guess
you
like
can't block
King
with Rook.
G3. I think King to King G3 and like give the pawn away can be his plan.
Uh-huh. That's true. And then the D pawn should decide the game.
Rook D7,
also...
he always have that. So I think it should be fine, right?
Okay, Hans is going to go Rook C2.
Rook D7, knight 4. I guess I mean G3 there maybe.
Which is Rook F7.
Yeah, probably it's working simply.
Just get both rooks to the 7th
I think
rank
should
and
be
end the
over.
game. Yeah.
Should be over. Oh my goodness.
King G6.
Still games on. D5 knight F4. Not over yet.
Not over yet. You can still miss a fork. There's still going to be chances. But if Fabi makes a couple accurate moves here, he should be able to decide the game. D5? Okay. He simply takes B7, which is very, very sensible.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, we'll take another pawn here.
But knight E2, somehow Black is like... Black's
KF1,
pieces are very jumpy.
KF1 is not going to be doing things, I guess so.
No, Rook E4 is a phenomenal move. Knight E2 and the king after king F1, the knight is basically trapped.
I see 1 on D3 still, actually. I mean, I see 1 to E3, and yeah, I think it should be winning here.
Yeah,
knight C5 now.
Back to E6, and now
before.
Fabi,
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
He prevent all the things here, defend a pawn at the same time.
Honestly, ideal. It's been an ideal conversion for Fabi. He's given Hans absolutely zero chances. Zero.
Yes. I mean, perfect play
maybe.
From Fabi this game. Wow. H4?
H4 and then knight E6 and knight F4.
He can't even go for the rook. This is actually, I think, should be easy as well. I guess so.
Oh, yeah, rook takes C6 check, yeah. But I don't think he's going to do that.
Yes, I mean, it is completely unnecessary. E4, yep.
Wow, stopping knight F4. Every single move is just, he's boa constrictoring this. What a game. Rook E4 and preventing knight F4 and winning the game and winning A7. And getting to the finals is Fabiano Caruana as Hans Niemann resigns the game.
Wow.
What an incredible match. And how
That's
does Fabi do this?
Insane, though.
A drink of water.
Wow. Just like, wow, though. Oh, my goodness.
Oh, my lands. We need a break after that one. That was unbelievable. But Fabiano Caruana, he withstands an unbelievable defensive effort by Hans Niemann. Back and forth they went in the rapid game, in the blitz game, and in the bullet game. Fabi trapping Hans's queen and converting the exchange flawlessly. Now the real question is, who will he face in the final? Will it be Hikaru Nakamura or will it be Norbek Abdusatorov? That iconic matchup is coming up next. Seatbelts fastened, ladies and gentlemen, here at the Rapid Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. Back with the second semifinal on the other side of this short break. Ladies and gentlemen, an unmissable matchup is coming your way Thursday, July 28th at 3:30 a.m. Pacific time. Hu Yifan takes on Alexandra Kostenyuk in the Women's Speed Chess Championship. Two unbelievably strong players, two legends are facing off. Mark your calendars for July the 28th at 3:30. Well, we hope you have your calendars marked for the next hour or so as we move toward the final stages of this Sunday knockout here alongside Grandmaster-elect Minh Lee. What a match we just saw. Fabiano Caruana makes his way to the finals where he will face the winner of Hikaru Nakamura against Norbek Abdusatorov. Minh, Norbek, he has defeated Hikaru, I believe, on more than one occasion in the RCC. Hikaru is going to be mad going into this game. He will want to prove himself against Norbek.
Definitely. I mean, Norbek has been, consistently very strong in, I think, short-term control game. I think he won the Rapid Chess Championship last year, right? Mm-hmm. And obviously, he has proved that he can be, he can beat anybody in his best days. So I think it's going to be very fun. Hikaru, I think, will still be the favorite, but obviously, I think it's gonna be so exciting to watch.
It will be very exciting to watch, as was Noterbeck's first quarterfinal matchup against Jeffery Xiong, which was a complicated game, and I think there's no better indicator of good form than the ability to find good moves in complicated positions, and Noterbeck was able to do that, and he was able to do it fast. And he will have, let's see, the black pieces against Hikaru, and Minh, I am fully expecting one knight f3 once again. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yeah, I mean, me too as well. I don't even know, but I feel like the same thing. I mean, I guess that Noterbeck will not play c5, but I feel like he will play the same thing. I mean, Hikaru will play like the exact same stuff like as last game. Probably.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, the thing with Hikaru is he, you know, we talked about it. He's incredibly versatile. He can play anything, e4, d4, c4, b3. b3 is a favorite of his. But in the RCC specifically, I think he likes one knight f3 because it's not too theoretical, although he caught Garakamsky in that trick. It's not too theoretical, and it gives him the types of positions that he's really good at, right?
Definitely. I mean, it's hard. I mean, he can just play other things and he still will find a way to get better. I mean, I know that from my own, personal experiences. So that's a thing here that I really expect, like a very fun games above us.
Indeed, and we are getting set up here, just making sure that everything is set up. Hikaru, of course, is streaming to thousands and thousands of people, and you know, that gives him confidence. It's such a treat to be able to watch Hikaru's game and, you know, to watch Hikaru's thoughts as he plays that game. And we will get that game for you pulled up in just a moment here. I think we have the game right on the left. Yeah, the game has begun.
So we get, like, I think Queen's Gambit.
We have a Queen's Gambit, and that's on the left. We have Bishop c5 to b4 by Noterbeck. Kind of a Nimzo Indian-ish type of structure. There it is. How did this even happen? This is a weird position. This was
something with a d4 c5 incoming. Okay, Trumpowski. Wow.
Trumpowski takes e6, c4, bishop c5. So Hikaru doesn't go knight f3. He goes one d4. And this is the position on the board. What do you make of this? It
surprised me since I don't think that White really have an edge right here. Now I feel like Black can play like h6 or like, you know, g5 knight e4 or just castles here. I mean, I feel like it should be 5 for Black in my opinion.
I agree. I mean, Queen a5, Knight c6. I mean, White needs to be careful sometimes in these positions, because one thing that could happen is after Knight c6, Black is already sort of threatening to play d4. Now, obviously, White can play Knight f3, but nonetheless, and Knight c6 is on the board. It is on the board. And
the thing actually is that, you know, the White king will be in the center for a while. And sometimes like you get a pin there and there's some kind of tricks that needs to be careful.
Whoa. Castle queenside for Hikaru.
Very surprising to me. Wow.
We are in for a treat. Okay, so he's attacking the pawn on d5. Obviously, this is a very, very risky approach. Very risky. How does Noterbeck handle this? What does Black do? I don't see a move for Black. Because CD is a big threat, right?
Actually, seems very annoying here. I just realized that. I mean, can just like maybe, I don't know. Oh, actually, it looked very annoying. Wow.
Castle's queenside, just as simple as that. Okay, I have an idea. Well, no. I was thinking drop the bishop back to e7, but like, obviously that's not the move you want to play.
Yeah, I mean, I think he will try like queen a5 or something. I don't even know.
I like queen a5. I think queen a5 might be the best chance. And queen a5, what happens here? Bishop f6.
Just the same bishop f6 there. But with a second dc4 now? I mean, bishop f6, can you play dc4 first?
You actually can. Bishop c4, gf. And you get this kind of structure.
Be good, right? You can even think of like bomb clouding the king to e7.
I love it. I love it. King e7. Coordinate the rooks. Bishop d7, rook c8. Get the attack going. And h6 is on the board by Noterbeck. And apparently that was a mistake. Wait, what?
Draw a pawn.
Excuse me?
Just draw a pawn. I assume.
And I think
looks
Hikaru
weird.
realized Noterbeck struggles when he's confronted with aggressive moves in the opening. I think I've noticed that, actually. I think he's had problems in previous RCCs when, you know, his opponent starts playing very, very aggressively in the opening. He seems to lose the thread sometimes, and that has just happened. What did he miss, Minh? I mean, now he's thinking.
I don't know. I mean,
this?
it seems so odd. I mean, Queen of CD5, and suddenly he drew a pawn, and one of his pieces actually are under attack. I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't
everything's
know
saying.
what's
How
going
do
on
you
here.
are you losing for black? I mean, if you play Bishop C3, White plays DC,
Yes,
and
definitely.
it's over. Oh my lands! Is Hikaru going to
what's
beat
going on
Noterbeck
here?
in 9 moves?
No way, but this is looking so odd though.
What was H6? That was complete mind meltdown moment for Noterbeck. Right now I don't even see how he avoids just losing, let alone getting a
yes,
decent
at least,
position. We're not talking about that.
Get out here, you know, without dropping a lot of materials and not getting into some very bad positions is like I think a success for him.
So just to explain to everybody, the reason we dislike H6 so much is because if we pull up the analysis board, after Queen F6 CD, Black simply loses a pawn. I mean, E takes D5, Knight takes D5, and not only is Black down a pawn, but this is a fork against the Queen and the Bishop, and it would be a miracle if Black can survive just being a pawn down. It appears that Queen D6 might be Black's best bet. And of course, Hikaru could get into an endgame here, a pawn up.
Bishop B5, I think it's better maybe. Bishop B5 looks very annoying.
This looks terrible for Black. Terrible.
I mean, Queen C5 can be one, and I think he doesn't even have like Queen B5 since C7, just winning on the face.
Great line illustrating the potential, the power of White's pieces with Black's king still stuck in the center. We thought it was White's king that would experience problems. Turns out that it's Black's king that's going to get caught in the crossfire. 5 minutes for Noterbeck as he finally takes on F6 with the queen, and he's going to go for this line. I don't see a different line. I don't see an alternative. He has to. What a disaster. What a complete and unmitigated disaster.
I mean, the thing is that, like, you know, it's just really surprised me since I think the idea by Hikaru was just so clear, right? He wanted to go for Bishop F6 and like 95, and now he just let him do that very simple, which surprised me a lot.
Good job by Noterbeck to find these moves. I mean, at least this gives him, you know, a semblance of a chance. But Bishop B5, man, your move looks, I mean, like a hot mess. This just, ugh.
I don't know. I mean, like Queen C5, there can be like Bishop F5 with checks. So it's not even, I don't know. I mean, Hikaru will, I think, convert much better than me. I will say that.
Well, I
mean, like you can just like Knight B4, Queen B4, he checks, and Bishop B5.
You know, man, the funny thing is when you're down a pawn against Hikaru, the game is already over. When you're up a piece against Hikaru, you still feel like he's outplaying you.
I mean, you still feel like the game's still over, but it's
right. You're lost.
way.
Yeah, you're up a piece, but you still feel like you're losing. Okay, Hikaru doing a good job here, taking his time.
I mean, Knight B4 actually feels like easiest to me though. Knight B4, Queen B4, text and play Bishop B5 first and A3, and then your four own card exchanges.
That's the old man approach, but I like the old man approach. And we're all old. I'm old. Hikaru's old.
I'm old as well. Yeah.
Well. Now you're a little younger, so you still got a couple of years of your prime, you know. And Hikaru. Okay.
I mean, bro. I mean, I'm 1 year younger than you.
That's true. I didn't stop to think about that. Okay, Hikaru goes for that line, and you could understand why. I mean, up a pawn in the end game. Yeah, Bishop B5 and A3.
It looks pretty simple, right? I mean, quite straightforward to me.
He goes E3 immediately. Okay, I mean, sure, that's also fine.
Surprised me a little bit. Actually, I think it should be better to weaken the pawn drafters. I don't know. Maybe
there was a tactic that we didn't see, like Black's bishop could move outer and Rook C8, but I didn't see anything there. Anyways,
should be 7 now. Should be 7. Knight 3, King E7. Maybe still losing, but Black can still hold on a little bit.
Knight E2. That's a nice move because the knight potentially worms its way into some of these key central spots like D5. Whoa. I mean, Fabiano Caruana. Yeah. And bishop takes C6, F3, and E4 maybe, driving up the wedge.
I think very classic play by Hikaru here. I mean, e4 trying to, restrict the bishops, and like knight c3 is some kind of slow play, which I think the bishop on c6 will find it become quite useless.
If I had this against Hikaru in like a classical game, I would just leave the tournament hall. Just down a pawn, miserable position, down on time, and he can torture you for the next 50 moves.
Definitely. I mean, the thing is that White can just go for a win here without any risk, and I think he's going to win here.
Yep. I think barring some sort of a misjudgment by Hikaru or he accidentally goes into some drawn pawn endgame, I just don't see Noterbeck holding this for 30, 40 moves, you know? h5, he's trying his best to expand, maybe go rook h6, rook g6. Not saying that Noterbeck is not going to put up a very serious fight. He absolutely is.
I mean, e4, e3, can we play here, right? I think so.
E4, I'll play h4, and then maybe rook h6.
Yeah, probably like he will try my best and then try his best to exchange a lot of like pawns available, which can be a way to play.
Yeah. I mean, what is Hikaru's plan after e4, king e3? Is he going to double on the d file?
Can you try h4 right now? I mean, h4 right now, probably.
He goes e4.
Okay, h4. Okay, look here.
Well, h4, I was planning rook g6. Rook b6, trying to provoke b4 so that he can go a5.
b2, some simple things.
He's not going to play b4.
But I guess the thing is that the knight needs to stay on d4 forever, since rook b3 can be a threat.
Good. I like what Noterbeck is doing. b3. b3. Okay. I guess Hikaru is saying, well, my knight's going to be here forever, as you're saying.
Actually, so I feel like Noterbeck making some kind of, achievements right here.
A little bit, yeah. He's provoked a weakness, right? He's provoked a weakness on the queen side. Okay. Now is he going to play rook c8?
I think like a5 now can be try a5, like with fix the pawn and bishop e6 later, probably. I think that's probably fine. Somehow.
A5 to fix the pawn, and he does exactly that. I was concerned about rook c1 here. And he plays it. And Noterbeck gives up the c file, though.
Rook c3, things are all very understandable.
And then rook c1, or maybe rook d1. It depends on where black goes.
I think rook d8 now, or just like, okay. Rook c1, maybe like g5, I think so. I don't know.
Yeah, you got to try something like that. Rook to d1 by Nakamura. Everything is in perfect squares. Look at how nicely everything is coordinated here. Wait a second.
It should be to knight 5. I know it. It should be to knight 5.
Oh my god. So maybe g6 makes sense. But Hikaru will obviously see that. Let's show this on the analysis board. Bishop b3 is a key tactic, but it doesn't work because of knight f5 check. Bang. Take here. Come back. And then for starters... Or actually, no.
You can just run g7 again and go for pawn h5. I think it's easier.
Rook
I feel
c7.
like.
Rook c7.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yes. This is simple. Okay, so g5 by Noterbeck. Yes.
2 a.m. for me, so I think I start to feel not very correct right now. Oh my goodness.
You are more than good. You've seen a lot more than I have today. You're good.
I wish.
No, this has been great.
Me too. It feels so nice. What an honor.
This has been so much fun. We hope that you are enjoying the festivities here. We're watching the second semifinal between Hikaru and Noterbeck, with Hikaru up upon the winner faces Fabiano Caruana in the finals. Okay, well, g5, and Noterbeck is asking
b3,
Hikaru,
okay,
what do you do now?
I think you want rook c5 now. I think this pawn can be a target.
Ooh. No, and all these pawns too, which Noterbeck has lined up on the 5th rank. And Hikaru's just going to make a kebab out of these pawns. Just skewer them all up. Bang, bang, bang.
There are a lot of weaknesses right here that can be attacked. Rook c8. Okay, he needs to prevent rook c5.
At all
just
costs.
Play rook c3 now, and another one to c5.
the other one comes to c5. Okay, I guess you have to play bishop e6 to tie white down to the b3 pawn, but still rook c5.
Rook c5. I'm still rook c5, maybe?
Yeah, this is completely winning. He makes it look so easy. It's honestly crazy how easy he makes it look.
I mean, that's him. I mean, if I was white, I think I will allow something not really good. But you know, he's Hikaru, the one and only. He can be capable of doing all things like that.
Yeah, honestly, Hikaru's technique might be the most impressive aspect of his play. I would play rook takes a5 and then h4. Rook h5, rook a5 and h4.
You take the pawn and then h4 looks very impressive.
Ooh,
I think.
Alaska chess, another 5. Thank you.
Thank for another 5 as well from Alaska. I appreciate it.
Bang, bang, bang. Rook h5, rook h4. The knight
a7, whatever.
Yep.
I mean, at first I was worried that the knight on d4 can be quite, I mean, passive there, but like you start doing things, but now I realize that it has to do, I mean, it's done only thing it can. Oh my goodness.
Rook b4.
Okay.
I mean, the thing is, rook h4, there is the move rook a6. And
Definitely.
all of a sudden, I mean, white cannot lose this pawn. That would be a disaster. So is rook b5 maybe the easiest win?
Maybe rook c5 5, well, I don't know.
Rook c5. Uh-huh.
I mean, a lot of things here are playable, so it's not easy.
Rook h4, rook a6, knight f5 check, king e6. I'm trying to figure out if that's winning, and if so, how.
Okay,
There's
go
rook
for
b5.
rook b5.
Bang.
I mean, once again, the thing is that there are many ways to win, right? So sometimes it may go wrong.
Noterbeck is trying. I mean, he wants to play h3 and trade off another pair of pawns. Wait a second. This decision to trade rooks. I mean, this is what I was talking about at the very start, where, oh, you think it's completely winning, but maybe it's actually not that easy to win.
I mean, like, knight c3, knight d4, king d4. I'm not really sure, though.
Okay. Let's see what Hikaru comes up with. King d4. So he's just saying, all right, you can play h3 if you want. I don't care. I literally don't care. I'm going to go king c5 and king b6.
Probably.
It's winning. It's winning.
You can even try like f4, f5, and to block the pawn f6 forever. And fix the pawn forever, I think so. Which can be another plan.
King c5, here it is. Okay. Oh, f4, f4. I wasn't even
F4,
looking
F5.
at what he was playing. I just assumed he would play king c5.
f5, maybe knight c7, knight c3. I mean, plenty of things here again.
Yeah,
But
you
still,
can win this.
I mean,
million
still
ways.
some chance to go wrong here, actually.
So what's the actual plan? Is it to play king c5?
Yeah, king c5 now, but can play like king d6 now.
Oh, king d6, f5. That's such a nice detail. If king
E7?
d6, f5, king e7, and now I go to c5.
Oh gosh.
King
That's
d7
nice.
though? Oh, and knight d5. Look at this.
Oh my gosh. What,
Oh,
what
that's
a
so
flaw- what a
cute.
flaw.
Knight takes f6. Just everything coming together perfectly here.
Jeez,
It's over.
Insanely nice.
This is totally winning. And the reason it's not crushing, somebody in the chat is asking, crushing is the wrong word. It's just winning because you're either going to lose this pawn or you're going to lose that pawn. And once white wins b7, I mean, you know, there shouldn't be any... a4 is also fine. Hikaru is not even in a rush.
I mean, the
Noterbeck
thing is that here, so I mean, what black doesn't have anything to do at all.
Yeah. And
I mean, after knight d5, so the king will need to send f7, right, to defend upon f6, and then the king can just go another way.
yep.
And no defense here, actually.
I would bring the
c5?
king to b6 and then go knight a4, knight c5. Yeah.
Definitely.
It's all over, ladies and gentlemen. That's all she wrote. Hikaru is not messing this one up. Knight d5 check or king b6 are both winning.
You can play both. I mean, king b6, bishop b6, knight e4 is just crashing, I feel like.
Yeah. But Hikaru is going to take his time just to make sure that there are no crazy shenanigans here. I would go knight d5 check, and I feel like it's more in Hikaru's style to just go knight d5 and then king b6 and then come back around to b4.
Nice. I think whatever is winning here still, so that is the choice. I mean, you can play whatever. I mean, even like knight e3 now. But I guess,
King
I mean,
B6.
like, king b6 is winning and it's easier, definitely.
King
Bishop
b6.
d3, bishop
Yeah,
d3, bishop
knight
d3.
c3.
Bishop a6 and knight e4, right?
Knight a4, knight c5, yeah. Okay, Hikaru
Yes.
goes for a slightly different approach. He plays knight b4 first.
Bishop g2? Bishop g2
Yeah,
now?
what? Bishop, okay.
I mean, what is his planning now? I don't even know.
I don't know why Hikaru is overcomplicating this. King b6, bishop g2 already is.
I guess once again, when things are winning here, so you may just go wrong a little bit.
Okay, I know.
b6 and
King
d5.
b6, bishop g2, and knight d5.
And
Yeah.
d5 and c3, then c3, and that's over.
Exactly. Literally everything wins here.
Wait. I mean, king b6, king bishop g2, and d5, king d6.
Knight takes f6.
King e5.
Knight d7.
Yeah, king e4, f6, right? You're still
Yep.
over, I think so. No defense.
It's just black doesn't even have a trigger. But 2 minutes for Hikaru. He comes back to. Okay, king d6.
I mean, what is he doing here, actually? I have no idea.
King c7. I mean, he's going to go king c7 and knight a4. And finally, he resorts to the correct winning approach.
Yeah, I mean, now the king cannot go to e7, so it probably is better. Maybe.
And we're going to have another Caruana Nakamura final. Early on in the RCC, there was a 2-week period where Fabi beat Hikaru, I think, in 2 finals in a row. Hikaru has also, I think, beaten Fabi. So they have played so many times in classical chess in the RCC. And we are in for another epic showdown. Knight c5 is going to lead to resignation for Noterbeck, king c7. And it is all over.
I mean, yes, king e7, king e7, king b7, and should be fine, right? I mean, no defense here. Wow.
And Noterbeck was never in it. That h6 move, what an opening disaster. It was over on move 9, basically. I mean, over is too strong of a word, but for Hikaru's standards, this endgame is winning 99 times out of 100.
Definitely.
What a smooth effort for Nakamura in both games. Against Kamsky, against Noterbeck. He is fresh, he is ready, he is hungry, and he wants to extend his lead over the rest of the competitors on the Grand Prix leaderboard. He is ahead by a country mile, but he wants 10 more of those points. And we will see if he can get them. But first, we will give the players a chance to catch their breaths. Fabi certainly needs it. You're watching the Rapid Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be back with the final between Nakamura and Caruana on the other side of this short break.
The Rapid Chess Championship is brought to you by Coinbase. Whether you're looking to make your first crypto purchase or you're an experienced trader, Coinbase has you covered. You can earn crypto by learning about crypto at Coinbase.com. Explore DeFi and Web3 with your Coinbase wallet. Get exclusive rewards when you spend with your Coinbase Card and much more. Learn more at Coinbase.com/chess and get $10 in Bitcoin when you sign up and verify your account. Check them out. Use the command sponsor or command Coinbase today and go to Coinbase.com to get that Bitcoin, baby.
Only days remain before the start of the 44th Chess Olympiad. It will be coming your way July 29th through August 9th. The start time for every round, bright and early, 2:30 a.m. Pacific time, 11:30 Central European Standard Time, and 3 p.m. Indian Standard Time. It will be coming your way from Chennai. Team USA is an absolute powerhouse this year, and they will try to secure gold once again. And who else will try to secure gold is Hikaru Nakamura and Fabiano Caruana, because they are facing off in the final of the Sunday knockout here at the Rapid Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. I am alongside my good friend Minh Lee. Minh, this is going to be an epic showdown between two players who are both in excellent form.
Definitely. I mean, they are like playing very nicely now. I mean, for Fabi, so just like right away to the win here. But for Hikaru, just like win to, I think, pretty smooth game. So, I mean, I think it's like a very, very nice game to watch. I think both players deserve it. And I would say that, like, I really expect to see an epic finish of the event.
Absolutely. And Fabi, as the top seed, will have the white pieces. So Hikaru will have black for the first time in the Sunday knockout. And I'm very curious to see what kind of pressure Fabi is going to try to put on Hikaru in the opening. And 1d4. So Fabi, he's been playing c4. Now he switches to d4 and a Nimzo Indian.
Okay, this line, I think Rubinstein variation, right?
Rubinstein variation indeed. A very old, very reputable line for both sides. Very solid. CD.
Okay. This line, I think, has been kind of trendy recently. I think it saw it's like a lot recently, to be honest.
Yeah, people have started playing the Nimzo Indian again from the white side. They've started allowing it, actually.
I mean, it actually is like a good thing for me, since, I mean, I just play that the whole time in the US, which brings me some good results. So I was really love to see this one again.
And the queen swings from h4 to h5. Not a very standard way of handling the IQP position. And
should be, I mean, I feel like should be a draw. I don't know. It feels a bit weird that Fabi is still playing very fast, but
do you think they're
not that
maybe they
winning?
Maybe they just want to play blitz.
Probably. Or bullet. We've seen that before. We've seen matches that basically go to 2 quick draws. So, or maybe does Fabi think that he's got maybe a tiny advantage here with no risk? Seems to be. I mean, in the high level, so I think that it's like a very normal thing. It's like you want to push with, I mean, no, not any risk, which I feel like very understandable.
I think it's important to point out, if we pull up an analysis board, if Hikaru takes everything, you might say, well, I don't understand why he can't take on d4. Well, the reason is this move, bishop takes h7 check. This is a nasty little counter tactic. And after rook takes d4, here there is no question that black is in huge trouble. You're going to lose the pawn on d5. So that is the fulcrum on which white's play is balanced. And Hikaru retreats back to e7 with his bishop. An interesting decision, Minh.
I guess he doesn't want to allow the white knight to hit f4, which can be very good squares. So this one, yeah, I mean, it's a pretty nice one. Also now, black can even like think about bishop h3 and some kind of attack in the light square. So this one is going to be fun.
Yeah, Hikaru could even entertain, some prospects of seizing the initiative if Fabi is not careful. And if white goes knight c3, then maybe the bishop could land on g4.
Yeah, maybe
I don't know.
I mean, bishop e3 now, bishop d6 and perpetual. I don't know. I mean,
bishop
like,
e3,
I mean,
bishop d6, bishop f4, bishop
repetition. I don't know, but I feel it's unlikely. I feel Fabi will try something else, but who knows?
Yeah, but what, right? Because Hikaru is so solid here. This has been a weird opening choice by Caruana. He blitzed out all of these moves, and now you're looking at the position. You're saying, okay, what does he have to show for it? And I'm not seeing anything. I mean, the position's symmetrical. Hikaru's getting his bishop out. Eval is showing a tiny little something for white.
Maybe queen d2, I don't know.
Queen d2, bishop g4.
Bishop e3, bishop d6.
Bishop f4, bishop e7, bishop e3, bishop d6.
That probably actually will come. I just have a feeling it may come, but who knows?
Yeah, and we might remind you, and our hardworking team behind the scenes, thank you to Matt for this information. We might remind you that in week 1 of the RCC, or in one of the first weeks of the RCC, Hikaru drew Fabiano very quickly. Hikaru had the white pieces. Hikaru went into the blitz, and he actually lost the blitz. So maybe Hikaru has amended his strategy a little bit. I don't think that he minds going into the blitz. He's got the black pieces.
I mean,
but
if you
just
got
an
in
interesting
blitz, you
tidbit.
get white, right?
In blitz, he will get white, so he would love to get the blitz.
Yes, I mean, he will draw it for sure. I think Fabi will try a little bit.
Bishop e2.
Bishop e2, obviously.
Fascinating position. Are there any other moves? No, there aren't.
I don't know, but the thing actually I can tell is that it is very, I think, exciting to watch this thing of chess at like 3 a.m. 3 a.m. I mean,
you're such a trooper for me. It's 2:25 for you.
Yes,
I can't even imagine. That's crazy. You will
I'd
probably
love to see
sleep
something
very well
more
after this. Something more exciting, yeah. Would be
definitely.
nice.
I mean, I can't even do it right now, but okay.
No, this is boring. This is going to be a draw. I mean, you never know how these games go. You know, sometimes you think it's going to be a draw, and then one player makes a tiny inaccuracy, and then you never know how
like
it can go.
you can right here, but I don't feel it's going to be working in this case.
Do you think there might be a draw offer?
I don't think so. I mean, if we can try a little bit, I feel like.
Wait. Minh, Bishop F isn't black a little bit better now? Bishop F6, Bishop E3, and Knight A5.
I mean, like Bishop G5 maybe.
Oh yeah, that's a nice idea. Bishop F6. Whoop here.
And then Knight E4, Rook D4. I mean, it's just to be equal though. I mean, it's not gonna be a big deal.
Yeah, bang, 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 draw. takes. Oh, white's all of a sudden better. Nah, I'm kidding. But anyways, the move is F6 by Hikaru Nakamura. So he doesn't even want to put the bishop there. King F7.
I don't think that changed anything at all. I think there should still be some like drawing positions that comes in preparation.
They should save us the trouble and just agree to a draw.
Please.
I want to see some I want to see some action. I want to see some action, Ms. Jackson. I mean, let's see some tactics, some attacks. I don't know.
I'm fine, but I just want to see something that makes me a little bit more awake.
Oh, totally. I think that's totally reasonable. I don't think anybody in the chat can fault you for that. Knight to C4. So, but the thing is, I'm getting the sense that neither player is really willing to agree to a draw just yet. I think both players are actually playing quite ambitiously here, and we're starting to see a little bit more of an imbalance as white advances the pawn to G4. Or am I wrong?
I don't know. I mean, and I think like Rook E6, and then some more pieces will be exchanged, and another fascinating draws. I don't know.
Rook E6, a trade of pieces on E6. Wow. Right. Okay, Rook E6 makes a lot of sense here.
I mean, like I think A4 and B3, trying to make the pawn not become Woodies anymore, and a very good way of trying to push for a draw, I think.
Rook E6, Rook C2, Rook C6, Rook E2, Rook C6. You know those games where there's like a repetition and then one side declines it and then they repeat again and then the other side declines it and then they repeat again. This is like those games where there's always the threat of a repetition. A4, your move.
I mean, I just wish that I can see Rook C2 and then Hikaru think Knight A3 works and then he Knight A3 and then white suddenly wins.
That's a cool detail. Rook C2, Knight E3 would be a blunder because of Knight takes defending the Rook. Okay, A4. And Rook B6 by Hikaru B3.
And Knight A5 to E3. I mean, what is Fabi doing here? I don't know. I mean, should still be a draw, but...
Do you think Hikaru might be pressing a little bit at this point?
No, I don't know. I mean, the thing is that if white can play Knight A3, Knight A5, actually it's white who can push. But I don't think it's impossible. I mean, I don't think it's possible. Like, black can play G6 if he wants to as well. Should be...
Exactly.
I think still, I mean, as I mentioned earlier, a very exciting and fascinating draws.
Yeah. This has been the most interesting game of the RCC, actually.
Game of the day, definitely, I think.
Oh, yeah. That's going to be our rapid recap is going to be this game. But just wait for it. It's going to watch it get really, really interesting. These games just have a way of becoming more interesting. So I'm expecting B3, Knight A5, and Rook E3.
I mean, can you play Knight E3 instantly? Maybe 3,
93.
knight 5, knight 3. But maybe 3,
Oh.
knight 5, knight 3. I don't know. That works.
I'll play G6
Yeah, and then okay, just forget it.
and now draw. Right.
I mean, I even forget what I just mentioned like 1 minute ago. Oh my goodness.
Oh yeah, no, but I think it's worth mentioning though that if the knight gets to f5, it is a big deal. Okay, there's b3. There's knight a5. There's rook b2. Okay.
B2. Okay, so what's the plan after that?
So Fabi, I guess he wants knight. I mean, he wants to just do nothing and make a draw.
I really wish somebody could explain this to me though, since I don't understand at all.
Why not rook e3?
And do what?
You mean explain to you why he didn't go rook e3, or?
I mean, I want someone to explain to me that why this game not a draw.
Right.
But-
Why are they still playing?
Okay, maybe I'm not seeing things.
Well, I think neither side is willing to offer a draw. I think both sides are trying to posture for position and momentum. And I think Hikaru's probably playing this for a win at this point. He maybe is a smidge better.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, let's see things before. I mean, actually, I feel like Hikaru is trying to play. I don't know. Just got a feeling.
There's that 93 move, knight b4.
Rook b1 and g6.
Yep.
And
And then maybe takes
Rook
and
d2. Okay, rook d2. Not sure. I don't understand this more. I think rook d1 should be much more understandable since it can trying to switch to c file.
he goes rook b1, a5, locking in the knight. Yeah, there's
And
still.
I mean, if rook d7 is not doing things at all, so like this.
You can play g6 afterward. Yeah.
Definitely.
Okay. Well, still same type of position. Neither side really doing all that much here.
I don't know what's
I
going
guess
on, to be honest.
Rook e1, rook c3.
I mean, rook a1, you can just play rook e6, and then things would just be the same. I guess.
Right,
so.
rook c3, rook b1, rook c6. Yeah. At some point, we should get repetitive. But Fabi's got to be a little bit careful. He's got 5 minutes remaining. We know how good Hikaru is at creating chances out of absolutely nowhere. Like 1 second, your position will be super solid, unlosable. And then the next, you've got a minute on the clock and Hikaru's all over you.
Yes, I mean, like, actually, I think it may be trickier than we thought. Probably.
Yeah, and that, as we're talking, he's just spent another 30 seconds. Rook d1.
Like, what is this? I mean, I can do that earlier, though.
Right,
Like-
you could have played that within 5 seconds. Yeah, Fabi is playing with fire a little bit here on the clock. I feel like Hikaru will slide his rook down to c3 at some point. Okay, rook d2. Oh,
No way.
Hikaru's going to double. Hikaru's going to double.
You mean double on the d file?
I thought on the c file.
I mean, that one d file can be a plan.
Rook c1, rook c7, rook d1, rook d7. Oh, it takes on c6. We have a trade.
Finally.
We have a trade.
But is that change anything at all?
The problem is that black can never infiltrate to c2. This knight on e3 is
But like
such a
rook
good defensive piece.
c3, rook d3, I mean, c3, rook d3 probably got works.
Okay. Rook c3, king e2.
Rook d3 and
Knight
knight
C2,
d5. Knight d5.
Oh, knight c5 is a cool tactic.
Let's
We're
do a draw.
seeing it. There's rook c3. There's king e2.
Okay. I mean, actually, Hikaru is playing for a win. I just feel.
Oh, totally. I mean, if he wanted to draw, he would play rook d3, knight
I mean,
d5,
can you
rook
just
d4.
take right now, take g6 and take and rook h1, king g7, rook b1, and perpetual? I mean, and
King f7,
repetition.
rook h1, king g7, rook b1, king h... Right. No, but Hikaru's not going to go back to f7. I think Hikaru, you will play like d6. But black cannot really make progress. It's uncomfortable. It's uncomfortable for white, no question about it. But everything seems to be nicely defended.
I don't know. I mean, from what I can see here, so it's just like something minus, I mean, 0.2 here for black, which is like, I think, decisive initiatives.
Yeah, this is totally winning, actually. Point 2. Decisive initiative. Yeah, king g7. What if Hikaru tries something crazy? King h6 and king g5. I
Which
guess
one?
Fabi might go f4.
I mean, which one actually can be played? Which one, rook h7,
I'll take b3.
rook b7?
Yeah, no, that's not worth it. I agree. Okay, he goes king g8. So is he trying to put white in some sort of...
Actually, it is like he want. I mean, this is a good winning move. Like rook b2, rook c1, maybe.
Whoa. Rook b2, rook c1, king d2. Still looks pretty drawish, but 3.5 minutes now for Fabi.
Own ways. I mean,
it's clear that what Hikaru is trying to do, he is trying to milk the time off Fabi's clock, and then when Fabi gets to like a minute, anything can happen. We know that already. So amazing how Hikaru just produces chances out of nowhere.
I mean, it's not even clear. I feel like, I mean, it surprised me a little bit that at first it seemed fine for Fabi, but suddenly he's like slightly worse.
Yeah, and he's down to 3 minutes now, and he continues to ponder how to best keep Black's initiative at bay. King g8 is such an amazing move. And just to illustrate what Minh was saying, if white waits with rook b2, then there's rook c1. If white approaches the rook, then you blunder into a fork. So what does white do? Another 20 seconds disappear off Fabi's clock. Oh my gosh. He's got to make a move pretty soon. He's got to make a move pretty soon.
I mean, it's not even easy here to find a move. Like somehow, surprisingly, it feels like white is in some kind of zone.
Yeah, no, I'm telling you, the point of king g8 is to put white in zug. And you might say, well, what's the point of king g8? But this is why the king has to stay on g8. It must guard the h7 square, so white's rook does not have any infiltrating power along the h file. King d2 by Fabi, so he does give up d4. Whoa. What? Oh, he wants rook c1. Oh, what an interesting idea. I think he wants to activate his rook down the c file.
Nice ideas. I mean, somehow the rooks suddenly got activities. I mean, nice 6 rook c5, right?
But what if white goes rook e4? Black goes rook e4.
King f3?
Rook e4, king f3, rook e7?
By the way, can you just play, I don't know, I mean, rook c7 right away?
I mean, rook e4, rook c7, I'll go d4.
King f3?
de.
King e4?
e2?
e2? A nice e2, right?
It's not over there. I guess white is an active king, but the line that we were talking about, if we pull up the analysis board, was rook e4. If white tries to skip out on king f3, then after d4, you might think, oh, I go king f3 and unpin the knight. But after de, king e4, e2, rook c1, there's this brilliant knight c2 move, and promotion is unstoppable. Okay, so Hikaru is thinking after rook c1. Minh, you were saying knight c6 is also possible?
Rook c5, I think so. I mean,
yeah.
You can take the pawn.
I have a feeling I know how this game is going to end.
I think rook e4 is the best choice, I feel like.
Yeah, rook e4 seems like a practically testing move. Rook back to d3. I was not even thinking about that. Was not on my radar.
Definitely. I mean, rook c8 now. King f7.
Rook c8, rook c7, rook b7?
I think like king e6, right? I mean, allow the king to activate.
The king gets to e6, and then when the rook is on b7 and black's rook is on b3, you no longer have this tactical trick knight takes d5 because the king defends the pawn.
Definitely, that's the thing.
And Fabiano activates his rook through c7. I love that move. He doesn't let black's king get active.
That's an idea here. I mean, rook b3, rook b7, and again, knight d5
D4?
tricks at the end of the day.
Oh, d4, knight d5, and Fabi's going to get enough activity to make a draw.
d3? Wait a second, d3?
Oh.
d4 and d3, d3.
King d2.
Rook b2.
King d1. I think I hold.
And repetition?
Yeah. Oh my god, but this is going to be close. Rook a3 by Nakamura, getting the rook out of the pin and preventing knight takes d5. Fabiano could make one mistake here, and Hikaru could win this game. One mistake and Hikaru could win this game. Rook b5. Oh, but Fabi can just take d5.
I think that's the idea here. I mean, he has no other choice.
d4.
Knight c4. Rook a2, king f3 probably.
Yeah. Interesting stuff.
I mean, it definitely feels like we need something to hype us up.
Yeah, 3 minutes for Hikaru. He's doing his best here, trying to find some way to keep the game going. So d4 is possible. We considered that. Then knight c4. Or rook takes a4, knight takes d5. Both should lead to a draw. Both should lead to a draw.
I think Fabi needs to hold here, but he should be able to do that.
So this ends up being a pretty well thought out game. Like Hikaru actually created some chances, even if it appears that those chances are slim at the moment. Yeah,
I mean,
d4.
although still like very slim, but like, you know, at first we think that he needs to defend a little bit, but now he just played his way, and this is still very impressive.
Yeah, and kudos to Fabi. I mean, of course, the game is not over, but so far his defense has been pretty solid. I mean, once he got into that uncomfortable situation, I loved that king d2, king e2 idea to sacrifice the pawn on d4 and then get his rook active. That was quite cool. That was quite cool.
I mean, I'm not even seeing that thing, so I would say that is like something so nice.
Ooh, I'm excited for this blitz game. This is going to be a fun one. This is going to be a fun one. Hikaru's going to have white.
I mean, you sure about that?
Whether I'm sure about the fact that I'm excited.
I'm sure about that. The fact that the game can be exciting.
Yeah, the way that this game is gone, I'm not so sure. But Hikaru with white, I mean, he's not just going to go for, you know, early liquidation. I didn't love Fabi's opening choice here. I really feel like he did not test Hikaru at all. And Hikaru down to a minute. Okay, rook a4.
95. Okay, it's bit of that. Okay, taste. G5. F3, I mean, or king f3, whatever.
Is this a dead draw? Like, how easy is this to defend?
I guess that Hikaru's king can just walk like to f7, e6 maybe, and he will not be cut off in the back rank, which might help a little bit.
No, but I think white should put the rook on a6 and then put a pawn on f3 and then bring the king to g2. I don't see how black is going to make any progress if black does. Maybe walk the king to b7 at some point. Okay, Fabiano is thinking about which defensive setup to adopt. 1 minute on the clock.
Okay. F5. Okay. Actually, that's a nice rook. I think at the end of the day, so he could need to play like a4, and then I think Fabi wants to put rook on a5. I feel like f3.
F3. King f3 would have lost, by the way, to rook f4 check.
Nice one. Yes, that's really nice one.
Okay, rook a1. Oh, does he want? Oh, he wants king d2. He's just gonna walk his king to the other side, I think.
Yes, I think king f2 should be drawn as well, but king d2 should be a pretty easy one, right?
Oh my god! Did he just blunder? What?
f4.
He went f4.
What's wrong? What's
a4.
wrong?
A4 and a3. A4 and a3. He loses.
Which one at the end of the day? Oh my goodness.
Oh my god, A4 wins the game.
I think he'll spot that.
Will Hikaru find it? He's got plenty of time. He's got a millennium on the clock. He missed it. He missed it.
Oh my gosh. I mean, A4, this and A3. Oh,
that was findable. A4, A3, A2 was just winning.
And then which one, right? Oh my gosh.
Now he plays it. Wait a second. How is this a draw? Rook F6, Rook F4, Rook F2, King F3? No, you can't go Rook F2 at the end.
Rook F2, Rook G1, Rook B1, whatever. It's a bit scary.
Why did Fabi do any of this? Wait a second. What does white do? He's got 24 seconds. A3 and A2 is coming. Where's the draw? Oh my lands. Where is the draw?
I think F4, F2 is on the way. And then Van Kura should be on the choice right here.
No, but Minh, Rook F2, Rook A2.
Oh, come on.
King D3. I think that's it.
King's internal. Get in.
Oh, that's it. That's the one. That's the move. Wait, can he go Rook F1 now? No. F3.
I mean A3, F3. Okay, still on. King C2.
You can't. King C3.
I mean King C3, King F2. King C2, F2. Oh my goodness.
Rook A2, King B4, F2. Oh, but that's just a draw.
Still a draw though. I mean King A5.
Holy smokes. Holy smokes.
Oh wow. I mean,
Hikaru,
from a drawing game, it turns out to be such an interesting endgame to learn.
That's another amazing move by Hikaru. He's doing everything he can. 2 seconds for Fabi. Make a move.
Draw F4. Draw F4 still draw.
Rook F4. You missed it. King G6.
Oh
King
my
G6.
goodness.
No. But Minh, King G6, Rook A4. King G6. No, that's not the move. Rook E3. Oh, King G6. Fabi's gonna lose. Oh my God, Fabi's gonna lose. King G5. It's over.
F2.
Or move the rook. Just rook E8.
Yes, it is. Just over.
Oh my God! And Hikaru Nakamura is going to win. How did he do that? Holy smokes!
Oh my goodness! Like so unexpected. Oh my goodness!
But what was F4? Why? Why F4? Just go here. Just do this. Or is this lost?
Oh,
I guess
no idea.
lost
Oh my
too.
goodness!
All of a sudden, this end game is winning.
How's lost? How? I mean, still a draw, right?
I guess the king somehow gets to B6 in time. But I just want to show really quickly the trick that Hikaru had here was A4, FG, A3. And rook F6, King G7, for example. And that's it.
A2 and rook D2, H1.
Rook H1, and you get there in time. Hikaru missed that one, but the defense was virtually impossible. And Fabi's time pressure is eventually what did him in. It was his time pressure. And the move Rook A6 was the only drawing move here. F2, back to F6. Are you kidding me?
I should so tap. I mean,
wow. Well, at the end of the day, Hikaru Nakamura, he squeezes water from a stone again. And he wins the RCC again. And this is why he dominates over online chess. This is why he dominates over rapid chess. He just showed that in a nutshell in that game. Hikaru Nakamura is the winner of the Sunday knockout and of this RCC weekend. And he takes home yet another $7,500 prize, cementing his place atop the top 12. And he will make a serious bid to win the entire thing in the RCC finals. But first, we have an interview with Hikaru. We will get him set up, ladies and gentlemen. We hope you've been enjoying the Rapid Chess Championship brought to you by Coinbase. We will have the winner of this weekend right here for an interview in just a couple of moments. Welcome back to the Rapid Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. And we have here, once again, Grandmaster Hikaru Nakamura in the studio. Hikaru, congratulations on yet another dominant RCC performance. Let's start from the final game against Fabi. When did you realize that that game was turning in your direction? And what goes through your mind as you're time scrambling in that crazy rook end game?
Yeah, so I mean, the first thing is I thought, well, when Fabiano started using time, once I played this bishop e7 move, I knew he was out of prep. And that was like the first one that I felt very comfortable, because normally Fabiano was moving very quickly. Even today in a lot of his games, he was blitzing out the first 15, 20 moves. So I felt comfortable there. I think it was when he played this a4 move. That was when I first started sensing that maybe there's something a little bit off about the position, which allows this whole rook b6 thing. To be fair, he defended well. But I thought this king d2 move by him was a little bit insane. I thought if he had just played like, maybe it was f3. I thought he could have played something like f3 and king f2, or maybe even rook b2, rook b1. And I didn't really see how I was improving the position there. I mean, once I got rook d4, I thought I would get chances, but still, even that rook and pawn end game, I think it should be a draw until he plays this rook f5, f4, which was a little bit nuts. But the thing that was annoying is when he went f4, I thought g takes f4 and a4 was winning, because I didn't see this whole king d3, king c3. I only thought he could keep the king in front of the f pawn, and then of course it's a winning end game. And once he went king d3, then suddenly I'm like, oh man, something's wrong, because obviously I was streaming it, and I thought when I took on f4 it was winning, but a4 is actually the winning move, not g takes f4. So it's kind of a mix back and forth, but at the end of the day I got the win, and so I'm pretty happy. Yeah,
a4 is a gorgeous idea, but you obviously kept immense practical pressure on Fabiano. Your first game against Gada, you've won I don't even know how many games just in the RCC with this trick. Are you surprised every time somebody goes for it, or are you like, got another guy, you're like swatting flies?
Well, I mean, there was one guy who prepped it, though. When I played in one of the RCs, maybe it was like 5-6 weeks ago, I played against Darius Swiertz, and he actually prepared it. Like, it wasn't a blunder. He very clearly prepared the line when he went into it, but it's always a little bit surprising. I think it's one of those tricks that if you haven't seen it before, it's very easy to miss. I remember there was a famous tournament it was in, where was it? It was the Grand Chester, Leuven in Belgium. And I think the final day in the blitz portion, 3 guys fell into that trap. Anish was the first guy in the first round. Then I think Chakrar fell into it later. And then I think Wesley fell into it near the end of the day.
Wow.
It's just an unusual trick. It's a very unusual trick. And if you aren't aware of it, then you're just thinking, okay, well, just queen c5, it's all good. And as soon as bishop a3 hits the board, you're just like, wait, what happened?
Yeah, Minh and I were discussing how natural black's moves are. Queen a5, queen takes 5. Minh, you were saying like, yes, you don't know this, everybody would go for it.
Yes, I mean, the thing, as I mentioned to Danya earlier, is that, like, my instinct when I saw the c5 is that I will go queen f5 instantly. And then I was like, okay, taking c5, that looks good. And then all of a sudden, I also realized that bishop a3, and then the pawn drops, and suddenly it looks good for white. And I was like, oh my goodness. I mean, this looks so natural, though. Like, the trap comes out of nowhere.
I mean, the funny thing about the position is, since so many people have fallen into it, obviously I've looked at the line, and I know the computer says that it's like 0.3 or something if you just play normal moves like knight c6, d5, bishop e6, and you just pretend that you're not down a pawn. But of course, for a human, once you get to that point, you're like, I'm down a pawn, there's a blockade on d4. It looks really, really ugly. So when Gada took time after bishop takes f6, I knew that it wasn't some kind of prep that he'd worked out before the game. So I felt very good. And I mean, all the games today were surprisingly smooth, I have to say.
Mm-hmm. Hikaru, one final question, and we'll let you keep streaming and we'll let you rest. What is it like to play, to stream, to play Rapid after the candidates? Would you say that an experience like that makes it easier for you to then switch to more casual formats, or is there a sort of hangover period where you have to mentally adjust back to, playing Rapid and Blitz?
I mean, I would say for me I think the first, I forget what the first event back was. I think I played a Title Tuesday where I didn't do very well, or maybe it was an RC Title Tuesday. I forget what it was, or something I didn't do well in like 2 or 3 days after I got back to the US from the candidates. And I think there's like a very short window of a couple of days where maybe there's a hangover. I mean, I would say that I felt like Fabiano, actually. I know he made it to the final, but it seemed like for him, there were a lot of like very crazy, very shaky moments throughout the day. And maybe for him more so than me, it took longer to get into it. But I mean, I'm so used to streaming. I've been doing it for a couple of weeks now since the end of the candidates. It's just another day at the office.
I gotcha. Well, we will let you keep that day at the office going. Hikaru, congratulations on an excellent performance, and have a good rest of your stream.
Appreciate it. See you guys.
Okay. And that was Hikaru Nakamura who notches another RCC victory as we look at the final bracket here, defeating Fabiano Caruana in a topsy-turvy final, a game that, Minh, we thought was absolutely sure to end in a quick draw. But that's just what Hikaru Nakamura does.
Yes, I mean, actually I was so surprised. Like the game seems so dead. I mean, nothing happened. I expect like, some kind of, massive exchanges or whatever, things like that. But then Hikaru just like quits things out nowhere, and I was like so surprised. And that end game just insane though. I mean, I missed all of things, and the end game makes me feel like I'm an amateur, but they just go, oh my goodness. I mean, that was so nice to see that as well.
It was great. And speaking of insane, and Hikaru mentioned that his run to the RCC title this weekend was pretty smooth. Well, a big part of that run was his game against Norbert Abdussatorov, and that is the subject of our Coinbase rapid recap. And we'd like to thank once again our sponsor, Coinbase, for making this incredible event possible. So this was a crazy game. Hikaru has the white pieces. He plays the Trumpowski. Now, Minh, we thought that the opening was pretty unusual. D takes c5. I don't know how common this is. Norbert recaptures the pawn. And after bishop b4, we thought that white was actually in some danger here, right?
Yeah, sure. I think Blake's doing more than okay here. I think like with queen a5, knight c6, and he can castle and some kind of pin in the, a5 e1 diagonal, so that should be good.
But then Hikaru castles, which caught us completely off guard. It looks incredibly risky. And Norbert takes some time. We were absolutely sure that Norbert was going to play this move, queen to a5. This leads to tremendous complications at bishop f6. Minh, you mentioned this move, dc intermezzo, and it leads to a very complicated position, right? No problem. But Norbert plays the move h6, and this was a complete mental collapse. Minh, I still can't believe this happened. Takes, and white is winning.
Yes, for me, so, first of all, I think this line castling, it reminds me of, I think, a pretty famous line in, I think, the Howard variation in the Queen's Gambit, where white also can castle early in the Queen side as well. I guess that somehow Norbert gets his line like messed up a little bit. I think he was like pretty surprised by the line, castling there. There are suddenly like the king escaped from the pin, and there's some strong pressure in the d file, and it got him off a little bit. I think was like so surprised, and the move just actually hard to explain. But I assume that that's like some kind of, I think, opening disaster that he can learn from it.
Absolutely. And Norbert, he managed to avoid further material losses, but as a result of the trade on b4, Hikaru with a clean, healthy extra pawn in the endgame and better placed pieces as he gets his knight to e2. He trades on c6, cuts off Black's bishop from civilization, centralizes his knight, centralizes his king. Everything Hikaru did in this game was textbook fashion. Norbert, he tries his best. He goes rook b6 and a5, but ultimately it was just not meant to be. Hikaru gets his rook up to c3 and doubles his rooks on the third rank, trades one pair of rooks, and rook c5. Minh, this is the moment when things really came to an end. Look at all these pawns. This is just classic Hikaru technique, right?
Right. The thing here is that, he just converts flawlessly. Like Black seems to go for like activities. He wants to look for some kind of pawn exchanges, but Hikaru just prevent all of the steps. He just go for the pawn, and suddenly the pawn on the king side looks also weak as well. And only thing just, look hard to defend for Black.
And h4 is a great move, just fully breaking up Black's pawns, and then rook b5 forces the rook trade and gets into a completely winning knight against bishop endgame, which Hikaru won pretty easily. He fixes the pawn on f6, he drives the pawn up to a5, and then walks the king over. It took him a little bit longer than maybe it should have, but it doesn't matter because ultimately he got his king to the promised land. He won the pawn, and Norbert saw no reason to resist any further. Hikaru wins the semifinal, and then he defeats Fabiano in the final, and we congratulate him. He is the winner of the Week 22 Rapid Chess Championship Knockout. Another incredible performance. Minh, before we wrap up, any final thoughts on Hikaru's performance today?
Obviously I was very impressed. In the first two games, it seems like very two nice opening plays by him. He seems to be prepared for that. The first game, obviously, as we mentioned earlier, is like a very nice trap, right? That I think catch a lot of opponents, even like strong opponents, by surprise. And then in game 2, so the castling on the queen side looks like at first seems pretty risky, but it turns out to be like a very nice conducting move. And in the final game, so I mean it looks drawish as we my own really considered, but then he just plays so well. He just trying to squeeze things out of nowhere. And that end game was so instructive even for me. So whatever it is, I just feel so nice to learn. And I feel like I learned a lot from this game as well.
Hikaru's technique in this knockout was incredible. I mean, every game he displayed some form of endgame technique, and he didn't do it against simple people either. He did it against Kamsky in round 1 and against Caruana in the final round. But ladies and gentlemen, with that, it is time for us to wrap up our coverage of Week 22 Rapid Chess Championship. Minh, you did an amazing job. It's an honor to commentate with you, and I know it's very, very late. So thank you for bringing as much energy and enthusiasm as you did. I really hope we can do this again soon.
Sure. I mean, it's an honor for me as well. I mean, first time to do it for me. So I really hope that I have done a good job and, you guys can enjoy the commentary. And, I mean, for the first time ever, like commentary like this way. So to be able to do it with you is like something insane and I ever dream of it.
Well,
so obviously.
Stop it. That's very sweet of you. I appreciate it. This was so much fun for me as well. And I'd like to thank everybody in the chat for supporting your favorite player and taking time out of your busy weekends, to our producer, Matt, for another excellent show. And for now, for Daniel Naroditsky and Minh Lee, soon to be Grandmaster, we bid you adieu from the Rapid Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. See you next weekend.